Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the castle here at CCBC Essex. Aaron Thomas in the broadcast booth with you, ready to start off another doubleheader here at the castle at CCBC Essex. And it will be the final doubleheader of the regular season as we are playing a rescheduled game that got rained out earlier in the regular season. The Knights closing off the regular season against the College of Southern Maryland Hawks. Two games that not only close out the regular season but also have big time playoff implications for your CCBC Essex Knights. Trying to put themselves in the best spot possible as the playoffs right around the corner. Michael Amadio, the starting pitcher for the Knights, coming into this game 34-13 on the year. Around the diamond behind Amadio, at shortstop Manuel Augustini, at first Joey Rosa, at third Connor Bailey, and at second Andy Martinez Rivera. In the outfield, Diego Garcia. In right, left field, Neymar Caldera. Center field is Lauren Guerrero Guzman. Catching for the Knights is Orville De Jesus in game one, and the designated hitter for them when it comes to that is Casey Parsons. Amadio gets a foul for strike one. Tyrese Millard is the leadoff man for CCM. College of Southern Maryland Hawks, 20-20 on the year. Millard, their right fielder, their leadoff man, swinging at that one, sending it foul. But playable, everyone thinks they have a look at it. And it touches right in between Martinez Rivera and Diego Garcia as both of them lost their hats in pursuit of that one. Millard is preceded by Lennell Evans and Mason McReynolds. That's the 1-2-3 to start things for the Hawks. In the cleanup spot is Ivan Gomez, their third baseman, hoping for some early action in the game. Staying away from the outside pitch as Amadio tried to get him fishing. Hawks leadoff man showing off the discipline and doing it once again as Amadio living on the outside portion of the plate. Another foul. As Tyrese Millard is battling here. Middle of the infield, touching the grass, ready for something hit hard. Amadio looking for the K, not finding it there. As that ball was hit hard, but foul down the third base line. The battle continues. Tyrese Millard inching closer and closer. Amadio's got him sped up. Can he slow him down now? And that was the idea. But once again, could not get him fishing as Tyrese Millard battles back and earns the leadoff walk. Of course, always a bummer. Start the game off with a walk, but in a battle like that, at the end of the day, you got to tip your cap and just move on. Tyrese Millard earned his base there. Lennell Evans looking for something he can elevate as the middle of the infield now at double play depth as the Knights turn their attention to the 2-for-1 special. The Hawks left fielder. The left-handed batter's box and now down on strikes as he chased that one up and out of the zone. Probably on the wrong side of the letters, but Amadio sitting pretty on the lefty-lefty matchup. Of course, when this at-bat started, he was thinking about the double play, but a ball, or an out, excuse me, with the ball not being put in play, just as good. And that ball is put in play down the first base line, fair. Garcia there, and that is a double that puts runners at second and third with no outs to start the first. All-out effort at first from Joey Rosa to try and keep it in the infield. Just under his glove, Garcia got to it in time and got it back into the infield in just enough time to make sure that the runner couldn't score from first, but good base running out there from the Hawks. And a hot start to the first. No outs. Runners at second and third. A leadoff walk now 90 feet away from the game's first run. As the Knights in an early jam here. Game number 1 of a doubleheader. So remember, fans, these two teams only scheduled to play 7 innings. So a hot start go a long way. Mason McReynolds at the plate. And out with the ball not being put in play. Now crucial for Amadio. So that'll keep the ball, or keep the runners right where they are. Everyone waits for the 1-1 and we'll wait a little longer as Amadio steps off. Excuse me, we're waiting on the 1-2. Amadio looking for the K here. Won't get it there, just a bit outside. Good eye for McReynolds as he's worked it even at 2. Amadio still searching for the K. McReynolds looking for damage. Amadio lives on the outside once again. The second batter in this inning awaits a full count pitch. The 3-2. Amadio steps off. Everyone will. Oh my, they called a balk. First base awarded to Mason McReynolds. And now they are loaded here with no outs in the first. Ivan Gomez, the cleanup hitter for the Hawks. Looking for something he can elevate. And that swing tells you everything. Underneath of that ball, trying to go up, up, and out of the castle. Middle of the infield at double play depth. Corners on the grass. And there it is, sky high, but foul. Bailey feels like he has it, running out of real estate, and slips just at the last second. Keeping hope alive for the man at the plate. Tough break there for the Knights. As out number 1 in the inning was just inches away from the glove of Connor Bailey. Ivan Gomez down to his last strike at the plate. Hawks doing a good job of hitting, though, with 2 strikes. Really, I should say the Hawks doing a good job of showing patience with 2 strikes. As 2 of these base runners got on by way of the walk. And that one into the outfield. It'll touch. 1 run scores. Here comes a second. Garcia. No. There will be no second. Only 1 run scores as Garcia shows off the cannon. And the Hawks don't want to run into an unnecessary out on the bases. Station to station. The game's first run. Ivan Gomez, an RBI single into right field. What a rope of a throw from Diego Garcia. As it's the same situation we saw a minute ago. Bases loaded, no outs. Just a different man at the plate now. Gustavo Okada. Middle of the infield, double play depth. Ready to trade 2 for 1. Corners ready to gun him down at the plate if it comes to them. Everything off of the bat of the Hawks so far here in the top of the first is hard as that one. Hard hit down the first baseline. Foul. This one down the third baseline. Foul. Throwing strikes has not been the issue for Parsons, even though he's issued 2 walks. It's another batter down 0-2. Most of his pitches have gone for strikes. Problem there is the Hawks finding the barrel. 57% of Amadio's pitches have gone for strikes so far, and there is a huge first out in the inning. Got Okada swinging on the breaking ball. Now a double play will get the Knights out of this inning with just a little bit of hurt. Michael Amadio can see the light at the end of the tunnel, so can the boys behind him. Can they execute and make the play? Once again, it's the same situation, just a different man at the plate. Bases loaded. Middle of the infield at double play depth. Corners ready to gun him down at the plate if it comes to them. This time around at the plate, it's Jerron Morris, the second baseman for the Hawks. As it does go to the corners, but foul. And the third base coach showing off the hands. And the quick hips, I gotta say. He was ready to gun it down. A little flashback to his playing days. And the Hawks down on strikes once again. As Michael Amadio continues to be a strike-throwing machine. Now 65% of his pitches going for strikes here in the first. Problem is he's thrown a lot of pitches already, hovering around the 30 pitch mark. Part of why we see some warm-up action taking place in the Knights bullpen already. But Amadio, back-to-back strikeouts. That one a beauty of a pitch. Frozen in carbonite, like Han Solo. Amadio hanging that one up on his wall. Anthony Segura at the plate with 2 outs now. Bases loaded. Amadio so close to getting out of this inning. I'm sure he can taste it. So can the boys behind him, executing to perfection right now. Can they continue? Into the outfield, Caldera. 2-3 steps in. And the Hawks strand the bases loaded. They do grab the game's first run, but my oh my, they could have grabbed a few more. But the Knights pitching came alive just in the nick of time. Michael Amadio, 2 Ks with his back firmly up against the wall. He keeps his boys right in this game. Down 1 early, but a lot of baseball left to be played. Bottom half of the first about to begin, as we have a leader in this game early. Hawks grabbing 1 run, but also leaving the bases stranded, as it took 32 pitches to get out of the first for the night starter, Michael Amadio. Didn't get the start to the inning that he was looking for, but he certainly got the close that his team needed. They are very much still alive in this one. Hawks flirting with a big inning in the first. Knights trying to do the same here in the bottom half. Diego Garcia, their leadoff man, grounds out up the middle for out number 1. Now at the plate behind Garcia is Manuel Augustini. In the third spot is Joey Rosa, the cleanup hitter, as it has been most of the season, is Connor Bailey. Designated hitter Casey Parsons in the 5. See a beautiful pitch to Augustini there. 6, 7, 8 is Lauren Guerrera Guzman, Neymar Caldera, and Orville De Jesus. And in the number 9 spot is Andy Martinez Rivera. Landon Norton is the pitcher to start things with the College of Southern Maryland Hawks. Watched his boys spot him an early run. Trying to make it stand up here. Augustini trying to make the fans stand up on that swing. Swinging underneath of it. Augustini down to his last strike, and my goodness, what an eye. Very, very close pitch. On the wrong side of the number, says the ump, though. Landon Norton watches it move to 2-2, and now it's a full count. Very pretty pitch, but further away from the strike zone, definitely that time. Augustini awaits the 3-2, and he fouls a tough one off. Only took Landon Norton 3 pitches to get his first out. Working a little harder here on number 2. And they appeal down to first. He did not go. Augustini takes first. Now the Knights have that game-tying run on. Can they move them into scoring position? Joey Rosa, it's his job to get him over now. Around the diamond for the Hawks at first. Holding Augustini on right now is Mason McReynolds. At third, Ivan Gomez. Second base, Duran Morris. Shortstop, Anthony Segura. In the outfield, Tyrese Millard in right. Lennell Evans in left. And in center, it's Gustavo Okada. Rosa elevates that one into the outfield, but right into the glove of Okada. And Augustini quickly back to first as Okada took a long look there, thinking about the 2-for-1. And that was loud off of the bat of Rosa, but right to the center fielder for the Hawks. Caught that one 1 or 2 steps in. Now with 2 outs, Connor Bailey looking for some 2-out magic. Hawks went 0-for-1 with 2 outs. Knights looking for the game's first hit with 2 outs. Exciting start to this game. Knights trying to answer the Hawks' 1 run with 1 of their own, and Bailey taking a big cut at that one, but underneath of it, and well foul. Into the trees. Down in right field. Bailey will try and straighten it out this time around. Down to his last strike, though. The 0-2. Bailey knuckles one up the middle, and they take the easy play at second, but was he on? He was. Ended up being real close As initially when the shortstop caught it, he wasn't on the bag, but he found the bag just before Augustini did for out number 3. And the Hawks will take that 1-run lead into the second when we come back. A first helped out. The Jesus did a great job. Michael Amadio found his groove in the closing stages of the first, looking to roll that momentum right in. Off on the right side as got Justin Pyan into an 0-1 spot, but Justin hammers the second pitch through the hole in between first and second for another single for this Hawks team. It's now 3 hits on the day for College of Southern Maryland. Make it 4 as it's back-to-back singles to start the second. Bottom half of the lineup productive here is Justin Pyan and Devin Brunnemer. The 1-2 to start the second, hitting from the 8-9 spot. So now here comes the top of the lineup for CCM. Talked about playoff implications of this match coming into this game. If we were aware of that, I'm sure College of Southern Maryland aware of that as well. And their 20-20 record on the year coming into this one tells you what kind of year it's been for them. They're looking more to play spoiler on the great year that the Knights are having. Off to a hot start right now and pushing the Knights starter into a spot where he's got his back close to the wall here once again. Some warm-up action still taking place in the bullpen for the Knights as we saw that to close out the first, and we see it once again here to start the second. And Amadio in a dangerous spot as Tyrese Millard walked and came around to score in his first at-bat. Looking to work another walk here potentially in his second. No, he's hammering this one. Going at the wall. Caldera has it. They're tagging up. And no, just one runner is tagging up. And Caldera was actually about 2-3 steps in front of the wall. So Millard got a piece of that, but not all of it. Productive out at the end of the day as now they're at the corners with 1 out. Let's see if Amadio can keep that runner at first for a bit. get himself out of this jam with a 2-for-1. Middle of the infield at double play depth, ready for it. And there's Amadio keeping Devin Brunnemer at first for a bit. Excuse me, it's Devon Brunnemer. Devon, designated hitter for CCM. See how much speed he has. This one lined into right, fair. 3 hits in the inning. This one touches the wall. Garcia, quick to get it into the infield. It only scores 1. Damage done once again. Inning in the game. Find out. Drew Rommel on the mound now for the Knights, as he takes over in a tough spot, down 5-0 on the big board, but at least there is no one on base right now, and he does inherit 1 out in the inning, so just 2 more outs to get here for the Knights, and then they can give their boys a chance to get right back into this thing. Rommel Rommel looking for a strike here and finding one on a pretty pitch to Ivan Gomez. Gomez got the 1 RBI in the first, as he is 1 for 1 on the day. Right back up the middle, Andy Martinez. Rivera there on the back step, and now there is 2 outs in the inning. And that was a hard hit ground ball right back up the middle on on the second base side of the second base bag. Saw Andy Martinez Rivera quickly backpedaling, getting to it in time. And with that ball being hit so hard, he had a couple of seconds to spare. 2 outs in the inning now, as the Knights 1 out away from getting out of this, giving themselves a chance to get right back into it in the bottom half. As Rommel faces Okada right now. Okada showed bunt a moment ago, took it away. 5 runs on 6 hits for the Hawks, as everybody is contributing offensively right now. Rommel in a dangerous spot, 3-0. Walks him on 4 straight. Okada, the number 5 hitter. Here comes Duran Morris now. Morris went down on K's. Last time up around. Tough break there for Michael Amadio, as it really looked like he found his groove in the late stages of the first, getting those back-to-back strikeouts and forcing the Hawks to strand the bases loaded in the top of the first, but Knights could not find that momentum here in the second. Instead, 4 runs already up there on the big board. Total of 5 now here for CCM, and that is a throw onto the wrong side of second base and onto the wrong side of the runner as well, as Okada gets in there safely at second with the stolen base. Orville de Jesus can't catch him. And I'm sure the Knights catcher frustrated on that one. We have seen him execute better so many times this season, and we'll see him do a little better in this game, I'm sure. Missed out on that chance. And now the Hawks have a runner in scoring position with 2 outs. Duran Morris down to his last strike, though. Rommel trying to get the K. He'll miss out on that one as de Jesus gets up and out of the crouch just in time. That one had pass ball written all over it. Big spot here. 2 outs, runner at second. Morris earns the walk. Back-to-back walks issued by the Knights reliever, Drew Rommel. Anthony Segura now at the plate for the Hawks, 0 for 1 on the day. Moment gets bigger. 2 outs, 2 runners on. 5 runs already scored on the day, as the Hawks look to put more distance between themselves and the Knights. And Rommel gets the soft contact, but it goes foul. He has the Hawks shortstop down on strikes. 0-2 is the count. Back-to-back walks. Trying to find the strikeout to close things out, though. In the jam. And he'll stay there for at least one more pitch as that one bounces to the plate. Another good job of blocking there from Orville DeJesus as the runners have to stay put. At first and second, 2 outs. And that one out of the zone. 2-2 count now. And the moment just continues to get bigger here in the early stages of this game. Hawks pressing. The first, Rosa has it, takes it himself. What a play by the Knights' first baseman. It was foul. Oh my. What could have been? What might still be? As everyone takes the long walk back to their spots. Runners back at first and second. Defense set up. Rommel on the hill. Another foul tip. Thought that one was going to land in front of DeJesus fair. Took a good bounce for the Hawks, though. As Anthony Segura has fouled off a couple of tough ones. 2s are wild. 2-2 count. 2 outs, 2 men on. Back up to second, and there will be no throw. Oh, my. Hit into a really tough spot right up the middle. Andy Martinez Rivera got there in time for the Knights, but it bounced out of his glove. He was able to recover in time, but not in time to get an out. It's going to be ruled a single because that was a really well-hit ball right up the middle. It's going to take a strong throw across his body to get the runner at first. I think he wanted to go to second, but because that ball popped out of his glove for just a second, had to settle for nothing. Now it's back-to-back innings with the bases loaded for CCM. Payan up the middle to Augustini. Throw to first in time. As it's back-to-back innings with the Hawks leaving the bases loaded. But of course, a lot more damage done here in the second inning as it's now 5-0. Hawks enjoying a sizable lead right now to start things. Can the Knights answer and not leave it all to the later innings? It's their turn to swing the sticks when we come back in the bottom of the second. Fouled off to start the inning here in the bottom of the second. Casey Parsons, the leadoff man for the Knights, their designated hitter. The fans here at the Castle Just watch the game taking another turn in the direction of the visitors. The Hawks of College of Southern Maryland looking to play spoiler on the end of the regular season here for the Knights, as this is the final doubleheader. Final 2 games of the regular season. They have big playoff implications for your Knights, and they are not off to the best of starts as Parsons goes down swinging. An early first out in the bottom of the second. And the outfield adjusts as the left-handed hitting Lauren Guerrero Guzman digs into the batter's box. A lot of space in the left field gap if he can go with the pitch. Of course, he loves to go up, up, and away. Out to right. CCM well aware of it. And there we see Guerrero Guzman go with the pitch, but foul. Down the third base line, Landon Norton. 15 pitches into his outing. Certainly a much different start here on both sides for the Hawks, getting the offense and also quick work for their pitching staff. Michael Amadio is up near 30 pitches to get through the first. And of course, he's already seen his day come to an end for the Knights. And Guerrero Guzman goes down the right field line. That'll be 1. Now he's thinking 2, and he's in standing as it's a 1-out double for the Knights. Neymar Caldera at the plate now. Chance to grab at least 1 here in this inning. Knights have made big comebacks over the last few weeks. Told you about that game last week when they were down 10-3, came around, scored 8 runs in the bottom of the 7th to take the lead in that game and leave no doubt. That one knuckled down the third base line, foul. Caldera at the plate. Hitting from the number 7 spot in the lineup. Orville DeJesus right behind him, the Knights catcher in the on-deck circle. And Caldera a lot closer to straightening it out that time around. Still foul. Down the left field line. Because everything's been pulled down that left field line, the left fielder makes a little bit of adjustment, hugging the line. There's a lot of space in left center right now. Can Caldera find it? Throw down to second. Not in time as Guerrero Guzman is dancing. He's got speed. He's ready to move on contact. And Caldera goes down the left field line again. He is slapping the ball the other way right now. Not trying to do too much. Knights in need of base runners. Get him on, get him over, get him in. Caldera trying to get himself on and almost doing that. He does move him over, though. He found the hole in between first and second, but a tremendous play in the hole at second. Jerron Morris got to it in time, makes the spinning throw to grab the speedy runner. Caldera does move Guerrero Guzman 90 feet away from the Knights' first run. Now they got to do it with 2 outs as Orville DeJesus can't control the bat, but he runs well, and the throw is in time. The bare hand play from the Hawks shortstop for out number 3. Anthony Segura with a tremendous play at shortstop to take one away from the Knights. As the Knights thought about grabbing their first run of the day, and instead it's another 0 for them and a 5-0 lead for College of Southern Maryland through 2 innings. A frisbee out of the hand of Drew Rommel, but too far inside, says the ump. As the Knights leave a runner stranded at third to close out things in the second inning. Came awfully close to grabbing the game's first run on their side, and instead they're watching CCM take over in a game that has been theirs from the first pitch. Drew Rommel looking for an early first out here. Middle of the infield, touching the grass. They're ready for something hit hard. Bailey cuts it off at third and makes the strong throw across the diamond. And with the middle of the infield pushed all the way back like that, you want your third baseman cutting that ball off if he can get to it. It's a quicker and easier throw for him. Nice defense there from the Knights. Out number 1 in the second, or in the third. It is a quick out. And getting a beautiful strike there. Rommel trying to make quick work here in the third. Another pretty pitch, very close to the same spot, little too far inside this time around, says the ump. Middle of the infield, touching the grass once again, ready for something to be hit hard, and Rommel is living on the inside portion of the zone, but not getting the call this time around once again. Now in a dangerous spot as the Hawks batter battling back. Down the third base line, foul. Hit hard though. Having a slight issue on the live stats here, so not sure exactly who is at the plate right now here for the Hawks. Have to bear with me as we'll have a new man at the plate now though, as Rommel gets a big swing and a miss for out number 2. got the 1-2. Can he get the 3? And the first 0 on the big board defensively for the Knights. So many times you think about momentum, you think about offense, but defense can create momentum as well. Rommel trying to do just that for his boys. Got his first strikeout of the day just moments ago. That one fouled off into the dugout of the Knights. And Rommel on the outside portion of the zone, couldn't get him chasing. And that one just fouled off. Bottom completely fell out of that one. Got him committing on the swing, and somehow he got a piece of the bat on the ball. Staying alive to see one more. Rommel trying to close the door on the third. And that one he would like us all to forget about, as it never had a chance. Lost the grip on that one, I'm sure. Battle continues at the plate for at least one more pitch. Drew Rommel can't get him that time, as it will be a walk issued by the Knights reliever. So the Knights couldn't get the 1-2-3, as it's now 3 straight innings with the Hawks getting at least one runner on. And they make it 3 straight innings, bringing at least one runner around to score. CCM looking for some more 2-out magic, as Rommel touches the outside black for the 0-1. Comes back inside, but couldn't get the call. It moves to 1-1. Everyone waiting on the 1-1. Here goes the runner, DeJesus. Good throw, but it gets away from Augustini as it bounces into his glove. Between the bounce and the strong slide into second, it was bang bang for the Knights shortstop. Couldn't secure the ball, and also a little worse for wear at the end of it. As we'll take a quick break as the training staff comes out onto the field. Three straight innings with a runner reaching scoring position now, as the Hawks steal one there. Leno Evans, I believe it is, at second base for the Hawks, which means it's Mason McReynolds at the plate right now. Speculation, though, as I'm not 100% sure. We are still dealing with those technical difficulties with the live stats. We'll get that figured out for you as quickly as we can. We know for sure the Knights have Drew Rommel on the hill with 2 outs in a 5-0 game. The Hawks in firm control, but the Knights looking for their first zero defensively. And maybe getting it, as that one never left the infield. And now it's in the glove of Andy Martinez Rivera. Knights couldn't get the 1-2-3, but they do get the zero that they need. Hope stays alive as it's their turn in the bottom of the third, still looking for their first run of the day. Top of the lineup due in this inning for the Knights, as it's Andy Martinez Rivera, the number 9 hitter, leading off the action in the bottom of the third. Knights came awfully close to grabbing their first run of the day in the bottom of the second, as they had the speedy Lauren Guerrero Guzman standing at third base. But it continues to be the Hawks' day, at least to start things, as Lionel Evans is there for out number 1, as Andy Martinez Rivera hit it hard, but right to the left fielder for the Hawks. Here comes the top of the lineup now, Diego Garcia, with Manuel Augustini right behind him. A quick timeout as the catcher comes over to the sideline. I think he's making an adjustment with his gear. Diego Garcia, the top of the lineup, in a big spot here. Bottom of the third has arrived. Already one out into the bottom of the third, actually. So it's well underway, which means the sandwich inning right around the corner. These two teams playing 2 today, so we're only scheduled to play 7 innings. So blink and you missed it. You're in the later innings, and when you're down big like this, gotta make up some ground early, as Diego Garcia lays down a perfect bunt for the bunt single. Knights trying to make up some ground here, not leave it all to the later innings, as Manuel Augustini walked in his first at-bat. Base runners haven't been the issue. The Knights have gotten a lot of them. It's bringing them in that has hurt them. Augustini at the plate right now. Joey Rosa right behind him in the on-deck circle. The opportunity to strike right here in front of the Knights, and that one in and out of the glove of the third baseman. Got one and a second. No, he's safe. He's safe at second as well. They said he was off the bag. My goodness. Blink and you missed it. A hard hit ball to the hot corner at third. It was in and out of his glove. He certainly got the throw to second in time, but the ump said he was off the bag. The throw to first, bang, bang for sure. Could have gone either way. Ump said he was safe there as well. And this is an opportunity in front of the Knights. One out in the bottom of the third, runners at first and second, and they are speedy runners. They are ready to move on contact. Something into the outfield could score two. Rosa, the Knights' first baseman, at the plate. What a pitch. First real jam of the day for Landon Norton. As it is officially a 1-1 count. One out, runners at first and second. Thank you to our good people doing the live stats as we got that figured out. And Rosa has about the biggest nightmare of an at-bat there, as he can imagine. Digging in at the plate with an opportunity to really change the game with one swing of the bat. Instead, he gets underneath of it and pops out to the first baseman. Frustrating at bat for the Knights. But the opportunity still in front of them. Connor Bailey now at the plate. Knights currently 0 for 2 with 2 outs. No better time than right now to find that first hit. And hitting numbers unkind for the Knights. Not only 0 for 2 with 2 outs, 0 for 5 with runners on, 0 for 2 with runners in scoring position. Bailey skies one down the right field line. And out of play. All-out effort to get to that one for Tyrese Millard. Running out of real estate, though. Just in the nick of time for the Knights. And Connor Bailey, who's at the plate, he stays alive for at least one more. Knights fans and dugout letting Connor Bailey hear it, the sophomore, potentially playing in his final home games as a Knight. Bailey skies one into Okada's glove in center field for out number 3 as the Knights strand a runner in scoring position for the second straight inning. Through 3 innings of play, the visitors, the Hawks of College of Southern Maryland, in a dominating spot right now, 5-0, as we start the sandwich inning when we come back. The Knights got their first zero of the day defensively in the top of the third, excuse me. Looking for their second here in the top of the fourth as Garcia tracks that one nicely in right field. Running out of real estate, but not running out of hope. Out number one in the fourth. Drew Rommel came in relief. Bullpen arm number one in game number one. It's Gustavo Okada at the plate now for the Hawks. Rommel is 47 pitches into his day here today. Throwing strikes has not been an issue for either team. 61% of the pitches thrown by the Knights today have gone for strikes. 75% of the pitches thrown by the Hawks have gone for strikes. As Rommel is now very close to a 1-2-3 and a second straight zero. As the Knights coming alive defensively here, keeping hope alive for the offense. As you know, they're going to find their groove sooner rather than later. Question is now, will it be in this game or will it be in the next one, as we are, of course, playing two here today. Big time playoff implications on or for this game, as the Knights really would love to have a sweep. That would set them up in a very nice spot, as these are the last two games of the regular season, and it's a tight race at the top in the division. And Rommel keeping everyone tight here in this game. Keeping the boys behind him loose, though, and that's what matters. As Rommel just misses on that one. Swinging, Bailey has it at third, eats him up just a bit, throw across, not in time, as that half a second delay was more than enough time for the runner to beat out the throw. Jerron Morris, the Hawk second baseman, beats it out. Grabs an infield single. It is now 4 straight innings with at least one base runner reaching base safely, as Orville DeJesus can't find that one. The Knights put a stop to that trend of consecutive innings with runners scored back in the third. Now they're trying to start a trend of their own of zeros. Problem is the Hawks got a runner in scoring position. Jerron Morris advancing on the pass ball. He's standing at second now. 2 outs, runner at second. Rommel comes back across the plate to Segura. Just got a piece of that one. Rommel, 1 pitch away from getting out of the jam. Morris at second with 2 outs, ready to move on contact. Rommel looking for the K. Won't get it there, as he has him thinking just a bit, commanding the inside portion of the plate, but not getting the call. A little too far inside, says the ump. Rommel comes back. Gets him looking, but it was on the outside. Oh, so close. Payoff pitch goes the way of the Hawks. Now with 2 outs, the Hawks pressing once again, looking for more runs. trying to put some more distance between themselves and the Knights. Morris at second, Segura now at first. Justin Pyan, the Hawks catcher, at the plate now. Oh my, beautiful breaking ball from Rommel. Doesn't clip the zone, says the ump, though. And now a meeting of the minds at the plate. As you hear the planes flying overhead, the wind blowing at the players' backs right now. That is the players in the field. Blowing out from center field, but it's light. But it has been consistent throughout the day. Beautiful day for baseball here at the Castle. Beautiful day to close out the regular season. Knights faithful just looking for a better result. Back up the middle, Augustini takes the play at second for out number 3. In and out of the jam. A second 0 on the board defensively. We are in the sandwich inning in game number 1, and hope is still alive for your Knights. Just got to find the bats. Casey Parsons, the leadoff man in this inning for the Knights. So it's 5, 6, 7. Only one hit between these 3 gentlemen. Parsons trying to grab his first hit on that swing. He's also trying to grab the game's first run for his side on that swing. Instead, down on strikes now as Parsons stays alive. Landon Norton still on the hill for the Hawks. Trailing off the rubber there, thinking that he had grabbed another strikeout. Umpire saw it the other way. Parsons continues to stay alive. Only one walk issued by Landon Norton here today. Parsons trying to grab a second. And indeed he does. Battles all the way back there. You saw the catcher pop up, ready to throw it around. And once again, the Hawks not getting the call from the ump. And that is exactly what the doctor ordered, potentially, for this night's team. Down 5 runs in the sandwich inning right now, but no outs. And a runner at first. And a man with a double already on the day at the plate now, Lauren Guerrero Guzman. Swinging at the first pitch down the third base line. Hawks thought they had it. Quickly realized it's out of play. 0-1 to start to the night center fielder. Wind has come to a stop here for a moment. See if Guerrero Guzman can find the power stroke. Really saw just one pitch that he could go to right field with, and he did exactly that in his first at-bat. And now Norton living on the outside portion of the zone, not coming inside, as he knows the power alley for Guerrero Guzman is to right field. He read the scouting report well, trying to live on the outside portion of the zone, but not getting the call that time, as Guerrero Guzman is close to the walk. Inches a little closer. He continues to nibble on the outside portion of the zone. Has to come in this time around, as he doesn't want to walk him. No outs. Here's the pitch. Guerrero Guzman swinging away. And Parsons having to make the long walk back to first as the hit and run was on. No reason to believe that'll change here when the action resumes after this meeting of the minds. Not sure who initiated that conversation, but the home plate umpire and the starting pitcher, Landon Norton, talking it over, or talking something over. Hawks trying to avoid 2 straight walks. Knights trying to get base runners any way they can. Lauren Guerrero Guzman, 1-1. Fans and the players in the dugout getting antsy here as we are waiting for the action to resume. Tension building here. And Parsons back at first standing. The moment continues to get bigger. The tension continues to rise as Guerrero Guzman fouls off a tough one. Landon Norton, 1 strikeout, 2 walks. Most importantly, no runs surrendered yet today. The pitch, the walk, back-to-back free passes for this night's team in need of base runners. Well, they're getting them. Can they capitalize this time around? Currently 0 for 7 with runners on, 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position. They always say all good things must come to an end, but the same is true about the bad as well. It's a numbers game, and eventually those numbers are gonna give. Start pointing in the other direction. Knights hoping that moment is right now. Hoping that change of direction comes right here, right now. Neymar Caldera at the plate. Showing bunt. Gets it down. And the play is at first, and he's off the bag. Everyone's safe. My goodness, what a moment. Bases are loaded for the Knights for the first time today, as Neymar Caldera was happy to take the productive out as he was ready to move those two runners into scoring position. Now, instead, he got himself on when the throw took the first baseman off the bag. Bases loaded, no outs in the bottom of the fourth. The Hawks up 5 runs, so they are slam-proof, but this is a moment. Orville DeJesus at the plate. The Knights catcher watching Uncle Charlie fall off the plate a little early there. Warm-up action taking place in the bullpen now for the Hawks. Middle of the infield at double play depth. Corners at the grass. Ready to come to the plate if it comes to them. DeJesus thinking about elevating something. He wants to touch the outfield grass. If he sends one into the outfield, it should score 1 no matter what. It's Parsons staying close to third. And DeJesus takes his base. 3 walks in the inning now. This one brings the first run of the day to the plate for the Knights. And it could be the last pitch of the day thrown by Landon Norton. Meeting of the minds once again on the hill. This one with the coach. It doesn't look like he's taking the ball from Mr. Norton, so it's still his game right now. But we have got a brand new ball game here. It's a four-run game now. 5-1 is the score. That 4th run at the plate now potentially for the Knights as the Hawks no longer slam-proof. Top of the lineup right around the corner as it's the number 9 hitter, Andy Martinez Rivera, at the plate now for the Knights. And remember, still no outs in the inning. It was actually Yariel Hernandez who came in to pinch hit for Neymar Caldera, so it's Yariel Hernandez standing at second. Lauren Guerrero Guzman at third. Orville DeJesus at first. Andy Martinez Rivera at the plate. No outs. Bases loaded. 2-1 count now. Thank you again to our good friends at the plate, or behind the plate, I should say, doing the live stats for the Knights today. And Andy Martinez Rivera wears one off the shoulder. Another run comes in. Now the tying run is on base for the Knights. A second step on the comeback trail as the Knights will see a new pitcher when the game continues after this short break. Bases are still loaded, and there are still no outs in the bottom of the 4th. Victor Vasquez, or excuse me, Victor Vasquez is on the mound right now for the Hawks. And he inherits a very, very tough spot for his team. Bases loaded, no outs. First 2 runs of the day already up there on the big board for the Knights in the bottom of the 4th, pressing for more than a few more. As the bases are loaded, no outs. And the top of the lineup is here. Diego Garcia, 1 for 2 on the day. His second hit could score at least 1, maybe 2, maybe even 3. As there is a lot of speed on the bases right now for the Knights. Hernandez, DeJesus, and Andy Martinez Rivera all run very well. And Garcia watches one on the outside. Victor Vasquez getting the pop on the mitt, but not getting the call behind the plate. And out with the ball not being put in play is exactly what the Hawks are looking for from reliever number 1. Can they get it? Garcia maybe helps him out just a bit on that one as he goes fishing out of the zone. Waiting on the next pitch. Here it comes. Garcia fouls it off into the trees behind the plate. Everybody out there antsy. Boys in the field for the Hawks ready to do some work defensively. Guys on the plate or at the plate ready to do some damage. And here come the runners moving. Another run comes in. Bases no longer loaded. But the moment still here for the Knights. 3 runs now in the bottom of the 4th. 2 speedy runners still on. Most importantly, still no outs for the leadoff man, Diego Garcia. Still looking to do damage. No chance on that one as it's out of the zone. Victor Vasquez, his moment out of the bullpen just keeps getting darker and darker, tougher and tougher. Garcia skies one high down the first base line. CCM wants it. Does not have it as it's just out in front. If you've never been to a game here at the Castle, that first base line is really a maze. There's a little bit of a drainage ditch there, and that's what the first baseman for the Hawks kind of got lost in. Mason McReynolds unable to walk through the maze and get the out. Instead, Diego Garcia will see one more. No outs. Runners at second and third. Tying run in scoring position now for the Knights. Garcia. Okada has it in center field. The throw to the plate is cut off. An RBI sacrifice fly for Diego Garcia. Andy Martinez does not advance from second to third, so he's still at second. The game's tying run in scoring position right now for the Knights' second hitter in the lineup, Manuel Augustini. Run number 3 came around on the wild pitch. Run number 4 on the sac fly, and now run number 5 could be another sac fly as Andy Martinez Rivera steals third. Bang, bang play as the catcher for the Hawks was really quick getting the ball in and out of his glove. Justin Payan, strong throw to third, but a great break from Andy Martinez Rivera. Now Augustini happily settle for a productive out as it would tie the game at 5. 4 runs already here in the bottom of the 4th. 1 out. Brand new ball game between these two teams. A lot of chatter around the castle here today about how the Knights coming into this one felt like the sweep is what they needed to put themselves in the best position moving in towards the playoffs, as this game wrapping up the regular season has big-time postseason implications, as the race at the top in the division as tight as you can get, in this game as tight as you can get. They're at the corners with 1 out. The tying run at 3rd. The potential go-ahead run at 1st. Manuel Augustini gets himself on with another walk. Joey Rosa digging into the batter's box. Looking to put his hero pants on as he wants to elevate something. Avoid that double play ball, and also trading out for a run if it comes to it. And oh, it won't come to it. Oh, throw to the plate. He's not in time. There's no throw. Instead, the catcher took it himself on the tag. Oh, so close. But the hustle, getting another run for the Knights as we are now tied at 5. A huge 4th inning. 0 at the top of it. 5 runs in the bottom of it, and still pressing for more. Up the middle. Out of the glove quickly, but the throw is away from the first baseman. And Rosa will take second on the error, I believe, as he got caught up between first and second. What matters most as Rosa drives in that run, and now the Knights have their first lead of the day. Knights watched the visitors grab 1 in the top of the first and then 4 in the top of the second, but zeros in the 3rd and 4th really kick-started the Knights and rolled the momentum onto their side, and now they have broken this game open for their side as they are enjoying their first lead of the day now. Connor Bailey at the plate, searching for his first hit of the day. There is still just 1 out in this inning. So damage already done in a major way for the Knights. They are still searching for more. Rosa with a sizable lead at second, ready to move on contact. And the walks have been an issue in this inning. And they're rearing their ugly head once again, potentially, as Bailey refusing to swing at the junk. Dugout has come alive here for the Knights. And Bailey will take his base. A lot of walks issued by this pitching staff. 6 total. The walks from Landon and Norton got the Hawks into this jam, and now it's continuing from their reliever, Victor Vasquez. A 4-pitch walk to Connor Bailey. It's Casey Parsons at the plate. Lauren Guerrero Guzman right behind him. As the Knights now 1 batter away from batting around here in this inning. Parsons waits, and it is still out of the zone. Struggling to find the strike zone, as the bottom potentially falling out of this game right now for the Hawks. Runners at first and second, one out. Parsons down the left field line. Over the head as that touches the wall. Here comes one run, a second right behind him. Parsons scores 2 on the double. 3-run lead now for the Knights, as that is now 8 runs scored in the bottom of the 4th. Another comeback here at the Castle. Can they hold on, for the victory as they did last week? It was an 8 spot in the 7th on Thursday. Here an 8 spot in the bottom of the 4th as the Knights have batted around here. Lauren Guerrero Guzman already scored once in the 4th. Looking to get himself on again. Parsons at second, Yariel Hernandez. Parsons on the throwback. He got back just in time. I'm realizing actually now that Parsons was the leadoff man in this inning, so it was his at-bat that made it official on the batter round, because I remember Yariel Hernandez, who is in the on-deck circle right now, he put down a bunt that was mighty nice. That feels like a lifetime ago at this point. Hernandez came in as a pinch runner for Caldera. Laid down a bunt that was supposed to be a sacrifice bunt, ended up getting himself on, and that was the bases loaded situation that broke this game wide open, as the Knights really sitting pretty now. Still a save situation though, as it's a 3-run lead for them. It's the final 3 frames in front of these two teams once the Hawks can get out of the 4th, and that's going to get him 1 out closer as Guerrero Guzman grounds out to the short baseman, or the shortstop. Short baseman. I'm sure when they were coming up with the game, maybe they called it that. Realized didn't have the same ring to it as shortstop does. The shortstop making the play there for the Hawks, Anthony Segura, putting that error earlier in the inning behind him and getting his team 1 out away from getting out of this 4th inning with the hopes still alive. They watch the Knights make a comeback. Maybe they can make a comeback of their own. Down but not out, but in a spot where they'll be counting some outs from here on out. As with this being game 1 of a doubleheader, these two teams only scheduled to play 7, so 5, 6, 7. And then we'll take a quick little break and then do it all over again. Seven-inning days get in front of you, or get behind you, I should say, real quick. As that one just over the glove of the first baseman, but on the wrong side of the line for the Knights. Yariel Hernandez trying to knuckle that one into right field for a hit. As run number 9 on the day, 90 feet away. Casey Parsons at third. Hernandez trying to bring him in some way, somehow. Bottom of the 4th, 2 outs. Knights looking to continue this big inning. Hawks trying to get out of the jam. Martinez Rivera skies it up. Catcher had it for a moment, but it bounced either out of his glove or off of his chest protector It was a bang-bang play, so to speak, behind the plate on the pop-up. Hats off to Payen trying to chase it down, but the inning will continue. This nightmare inning for the Hawks continues. We asked the question multiple times throughout this game, when were the bats going to come alive for the Knights? Bottom of the fourth, that's the answer. Somebody on the Hawks sideline called the police as we got the helicopters above us, bringing the noise and bringing a close to the bottom of the fourth, but damage done in a major way. We've got a brand new ball game. The Knights enjoying the lead now, 8-5 through 4 innings of play. Drew Rommel set up to maybe get the win now. First pitch swinging, Augustini there in the hole. Throw across is not in time, as it took Rosa off the bag there for a second, but it went up the line, so Rosa had a chance to make the play and put the tag on. Bang, bang play at first goes the way of the Hawks, and that could be just what the doctor ordered for the visitors, as they were enjoying a 5-0 run when the bottom of the fourth started, and now they are down 8-5 at the top of the fifth. Down to their final 9 outs, but hope still very much alive as they look to play spoiler on the end of the regular season. Wow, what a play! Throw across! Not in time! Oh my, if style points counted for anything, Andy would have had 2 on that. He was hoping to just get 1. He snow-coned it after the crazy bounce. Strong throw to first, but great hustle down the line, as now the tying run is at the plate for the Hawks, as these two teams are going back and forth. Tyrese Millard beating that one out at first, as it was Devon Brunnemer leading off the action in the top of the fifth. He was hitting from the number 9 spot. Tyrese Millard, the leadoff man. So here's the number 2 hitter, Lennell Evans, who's 2 for 2 today. Evans, sky high. Bailey wants it. Orville DeJesus sliding on his knees, and it bounces right in front of him. That effort gets you mighty far in life, and Bailey and Orville DeJesus hustling after that loose ball. But the at-bat will continue for Lennell Evans. What a spot here in the game for the Hawks. Down, but certainly not out. Gave up 8 runs in the bottom of the 4th, but trying to get a few of those right back. 0 outs. That's what the Knights are working with. Now working with 1 as Evans goes down on the swing and a miss. A huge first out in the inning, as now the Knights a double play ball away from getting out of this jam with no damage. Drew Rommel looking for a 3rd straight 0. As, oh my goodness, what a pitch to Mason McReynolds. A frisbee out of the hand of Rommel. Catches the outside black. This one on the inside, but it catches the black once again. Back-to-back beautiful pitches from Rommel as he has McReynolds down on strikes. Rommel will be coming to the plate on the 0-2. 1 out. Runners at first and second. And it'll move to 1-2. As McReynolds doesn't go fishing. Rommel's moving the ball all over the place. Outside, then inside, back outside a moment ago. I think he'll try and speed him up here. It's really hard to tell sometimes the way Rommel has that delivery. Comes down and through on the sidearm. Kind of got to wait for the pop on the mitt. That time it never came as McReynolds fouls it off. Stays alive for 1 more. This one fouled off again down the first base line this time. The battle continues. The moment gets bigger. Took Rommel 3 pitches to get Evans. A lot more this time around. Does not get the same result. Throw to third is not in time. He's under the tag. They're at the corners now with 1 out. Ball bounced into the glove of Orville DeJesus. He made that throw from 1 knee. The late break from second by Devin Brunnemer almost was costly. But with that ball bouncing into the glove of Bailey, that opened up a sliding window for Brunnemer to just slide right in under the tag. Heads up base running. They're at the corners now with 2 outs. This one into the outfield. Up, up. Out. Guerrero Guzman, quick throw. It's the second as both runners tag and everyone's safe. Lauren Guerrero Guzman was in center. He moved over to left when Yariel Hernandez checked in. He got the second out, but also watched the Hawks cut into the lead a bit. It is now 8-6 with 2 outs in the top of the 5th. Mason McReynolds, a productive out. Trading it out for a run. And with the game as close as it is, CCM willing to do that, at least for now. Down to their last out in the 5th. 7 outs to work with total. In need of 2 more runs. Ivan Gomez will be coming to the plate. As McReynolds already 3 RBIs on the day before that. So he is having himself a very productive day. They want to throw back to first, say that he didn't touch, and the first base umpire not going to fall for that. We saw that work out for the Knights earlier this season, but not this time around. Now the action resumes at the plate. The battle always between the man at the hill and the man at the plate. Rommel couldn't get 3 straight zeros, but he can get out of this jam with his team still sitting pretty, still sitting with the lead. 8-6 right now with a runner at second. 2 outs, and the potential tying run at the plate. Rommel watches him go into the outfield. Garcia cuts it off. Throw is too high to the plate, and now it's a 1-run game. Ivan Gomez, RBI single, scores the runner from second. That was a strong throw from Garcia. If it was on the money at the plate, he probably would have caught the runner as the ball beat the runner by a half a step. What could have been, what might still be. As the Knights now have some warm-up action taking place in the bullpen, and we have another turn in this game. These two teams about as evenly matched as you can get here in game number 1. Back and forth all game long. Knights scored 8 runs in the bottom of the 4th. They were down 5, put themselves up 3, but now only up 1 as the Hawks have grabbed 2 of those runs right back. Gustavo Okada at the plate, 0 for 2 with a strikeout, looking for some 2-out magic. As both teams have known that the pitchers are throwing strikes here today, so they are not afraid to be aggressive. 55% of the balls thrown by the Hawks have gone for strikes. 61% of the balls thrown by the Knights pitching staff have gone for strikes. Problem is they're finding the zone but getting peppered. Dancing on the outside portion of the zone right now as Hawks staying alive with 2 outs. Both teams struggling, hitting the ball with 2 outs right now. 1 for 7 the Hawks are, 0 for 4 the Knights are. As the hit and run on that time around, Andy Martinez Rivera there. And he gets the out at first. Damage done by the Hawks. As it's a 1-run game now, 8-7. As we will come back for the bottom of the 5th after a short break. Can't stop, addicted to the shindig. Somebody's going to win big here in this one. As we've got big scores on both sides. 8-7 as we start things here in the bottom of the 5th. Victor Bosquez on the mound for the Hawks and Orville DeJesus at the plate for the Knights. Orville hitting from the 8th spot, so it's 8-9, and then the top of the lineup, as the Knights had a 3-run lead when the 5th inning started, and now their lead down to just 1, as DeJesus finds the hot corner. Throw across the diamond is in time. Hawks third baseman Ivan Gomez making the strong play. Andy Martinez Rivera at the plate now. There's 8 runs scored by the Knights, all coming back in the bottom of the 4th, and almost all of it coming with no outs. Hitting numbers for them so far today, as we see Rivera sky into the center fielder's glove for the Hawks. Okada without number 2. Knights are currently 0 for 4 with 2 outs, 2 for 12 with runners on, 2 for 9 with runners in scoring position. The leadoff man has gone 1 for 4 today, and with runners on and less than 2 outs, they are 3 for 4. The walks have certainly helped the Knights out a lot. A lot of free passes issued by this Hawks pitching staff, 6 total, 2 from their starter, 4 from their starter, Landon Norton, and 2 from Victor Vasquez out of the bullpen. And speaking of bullpen action, the Knights have some bullpen action taking place. 2 players up and throwing around there. I believe one of them is Casey Parsons, as he could come in as a reliever. Would mean that the Knights forfeit their designated hitter for the rest of the day, but that's of course all just speculation. We'll find out for sure when the action resumes for them in the 6th. Right now they are looking for some damage with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th, trying to put some more distance between themselves and the Hawks. Diego Garcia at the plate, and Garcia goes down on strikes as Vasquez puts the tough start behind him. He spotted the Knights 3 runs once he came in out of the bullpen, but he gets the 1-2-3 there in the bottom of the 5th and keeps his team very much in this game. 8-7 right now is the score through 5 innings. The Knights enjoying a lead, but it's the smallest of leads. Final 2 innings have arrived here. Top of the 6th, underway with a new man on the mound for the Knights. It is indeed their designated hitter, Casey Parsons, doing the Shohei Ohtani impression as he's on the mound with a dirty uniform already, as he's been hitting and running the bases for his team, and now he's throwing the rock from the hill. Could be the pitcher getting the save as he comes in with 2 outs, or excuse me, with 2 innings left. He does well, and his boys can grab him at least one more. I wouldn't be surprised if coaching staff asked him to get the old Mariano Rivera 6-out save. Most importantly, Parsons looking to get a good start here in his first inning of work. He's not off to the best of starts, struggling to find the zone right now. Finding the zone this time around as he battles back. Got him! My goodness! What a way to battle back as Parsons sits him down for out number 1. Parsons trying to answer the Hawks 1-2-3 with one of his own. He's off to a good start as he got out number 1. Couldn't get strike number 1 here as Elaine Rivera hitting for the first time today. Rivera came in as a defensive substitute for Vargas at shortstop. Or Segura at shortstop, excuse me. Vargas came in as a defensive sub for the Knights. He's now catching for Orville De Jesus. Jerron Morris, leadoff man for the Hawks, went down looking, and Parsons sends another one looking. Jerron Morris, the leadoff man in this inning for the Hawks, was hitting from the 6th spot, so it's 6, 7, 8 due up. We just saw Rivera go down. Here's Justin Payan now, who's 1 for 3. Parsons 6 outs, or excuse me, 6 pitches into his outing. He wants to get 6 outs. He's got 2 of them right now. Looking for a third here at Justin Payan's expense. Oh, Parsons is commanding the zone right now. And the dugout is fired up. They are going to be coming alive if Parsons can get 3 in a row. Here's the 0-2. Parsons looking for 3 straight, and he won't get it there as Payan fouls it off down the first base line. Dugout alive, fans alive as well. Everyone ready to come up and out of their seats. Parsons, the one. Oh, I gave him the old broadcaster's jinx. It wasn't 1-2, but now it is. Parsons misses on the outside, 0-2. Now moves it to 1-2. Still looking for that strikeout. Won't find it there as Vargas helped him out just a bit on the frame, but the ump doesn't fall for it. Missing 2 times in a row on the outside. Does he come back inside now as the count moves 2-2? Still searching for 3 straight strikeouts. Won't get it there as cooler heads prevail. Payan, you saw him start to move the hands forward. He realized that was out of the zone. Now we've got a full count pitch for the 2nd time in this inning. Got Morris looking on the full count. Can Can he do it again to Payan? The 3-2. Oh my goodness! 3 in a row for Casey Parsons. What a moment here for the Knights. Holding on to the 1-run lead, trying to build on it. As the Hawks down to their last 3 outs. Down 1 run, 8-7. Can the Knights add to their lead? Stick around with us and find out. It was the momentum created by the defense that rolled the Knights into an 8-run bottom of the 4th. Can some momentum created by Casey Parsons roll them into a productive bottom of the 6th? It is their game right now, as the top of the 7th may be the final frame that we see, as it will be a save situation for the Knights when the Hawks swing the bats again. At least right now it will be. Of course, the Knights are looking for at least 1 more run. They would love a little insurance. As impressive as Parsons was in the top of the 6th, they'd love to give their second reliever a little bit of a longer leash. Rommel came in relief after Michael Amadio chased from the game a little earlier than he would have liked. Rommel in a position right now to be the position of record in the position, or the pidget. Excuse me, let me try it again. Fumbling all over the place. Easy for me to say. Drew Rommel in a position to be the pitcher of record and the pitcher who gets the win today. As the Knights off to a good start here in the bottom of the 6th in search of those insurance runs and getting a walk to start things. Almost all of their damage coming with no outs, so can they continue that trend? Hitting numbers for the Knights today: 0 for 5 with 2 outs officially, 2 for 12 with runners on, 2 for 9 with runners in scoring position. As I said a moment ago, with runners on and less than 2 outs, they have done a lot of damage. 3 for 4 right now, hitting .750 on the day. Leadoff man is in a solid spot as well, 1 for 5. Victor Vasquez issuing a walk there to Manuel Augustini. A Walk to start the 6th, and Augustini on the run there as that's a hit and run executed to perfection. Creating the hole on the steal, and then Joey Rosa hitting it right into that hole. That was just a perfect hit and run there from the Knights offense. You gotta love that. That is a thing of beauty. One of the most exciting plays in all of baseball, the hit and run executed to perfection. This is always fun, no matter how many times you see it, to watch the hole be created and then the ball just follow right into that hole. Every one of us who grew up playing this game had a coach say to them, hit them where you aren't, hit them where they aren't. Knights doing exactly that. A run 90 feet away with no outs as they're at the corners for Connor Bailey. Bailey is 0 for 2 today. He would certainly settle for a productive out, though, in this at-bat. Anything he can elevate into the outfield should score the speedy Augustini from third. Dugout alive and well for the Knights. Fired up, looking for their boys to grab at least one run here. Trying to finish things off and get the come-from-behind victory here in Game 1. Runner moves over, and he'll slow down as Bailey moves over to first. A walk issued by the Hawks. It's 8 walks now issued by this Hawks pitching staff. 4 for their starter, 4 for their reliever. As now the bases are loaded with no outs in the bottom of the 6th. And now some warm-up action starting to take place in the bullpen for the Hawks. Spits on that one. Bailey at first, Rosa at second, Augustini at third, Casey Parsons. 3 straight strikeouts in the top of the 6th on the mound. Now in the bottom of the 6th in the batter's box. Looking to be the hero of the day. Dugout continues to be alive. Dugout getting louder and louder on both sides now as the moment gets bigger and bigger. Parsons skies one, up and out of play. One swing of the bat could change the game in a major way if Parsons is able to find the outfield. Even if he hangs it just a bit, he could score one. The Knights, need to capitalize on this situation. The pitch, the swing, and foul. (3-2) to Casey Parsons. We have a big moment in front of us here at the Castle. Parsons 1 for 2 with an RBI already today. Looking for a few RBIs on this one, as he earns the right to see one more. Fouls off the tough pitch on the outside portion of the zone. He wants something in the middle. Will Victor Vasquez make a mistake that Parsons can capitalize on? Here's the full count pitch again, and he'll take his base. A run does come in to score for the Knights as their lead is now 2, as that's walk number 5 issued by Victor Vasquez. Lauren Guerrero Guzman at the plate now. And he changed this game with one swing of the bat, already with a double today. Lauren 1 for 2. Started the day in center field for the Knights, moved over to left. Staying away from the junk there. Is that one too far on the inside portion of the plate? Got to be careful living on the inside. Pitching to LA. Bases loaded. He could turn on one. Bring the fans up and out of their seats. There it is, up, but not nearly far enough, but it does bounce in front of the left fielder. 1 run scores. A 2nd run scores. Parsons is into third safely on the slide. LA has another double. This one scores 2. Hangs up there on the Hawks left fielder just a little bit. Linnell Evans with a strong play in on it. Just couldn't trap it. So once it touched in front of him, got away from him just a bit, and that was more than enough time for LA to move to second. Parsons moving to third. 2 runs also coming around to score as the Knights getting those runs right back as they are up once again. Now enjoying their largest lead of the day. Dealing with a new pitcher when we come back. New pitcher on the mound for the Hawks as Victor Vasquez's day comes to an end. And what a spot to inherit for this new man out of the bullpen for the Hawks. A 12-7 game, bottom of the sixth, runners at second and third. It was a one-run game when we started things in the bottom of the sixth. Hawks were hoping to see the other end of the comeback trail themselves as they watched the Knights come back from down 5 runs, and they felt they could do the same. Maybe they still can, but they will only have 3 outs to work with, and they were down just 3, then they made it 1, and now pushed back just a bit as the Knights are now enjoying a 5-run lead. A lot of offense in this game. 19 total runs scored. A whole mess of hits between these two teams. 15 hits total. Some really solid defense as well. Only 1 error committed by both squads. So 2 total between the two teams. As the moment gets bigger and bigger for both sides. As hope dwindling for the Hawks with the bases loaded and no outs. Knights trying to change the game with 1 swing of the bat. Yariel Hernandez walked just moments ago. So he's now at first behind Lauren Guerrero-Guzman at second and Casey Parsons at third. Gabriel Vargas, the Knights catcher, getting his first swings in. Came in as a defensive substitution for Orville DeJesus. What a spot to be coming in for your first at-bat of the day. Vargas brushed off as the Hawks continue to walk in runs, struggling to find the zone. Bases remain loaded for the Knights as it's Andy Martinez Rivera at the plate. No outs. 13-7 game. With the bases loaded and no outs in a 13-7 game, man at the plate is actually the potential game-winning run, as the mercy rule is right around the corner, just 4 runs away from ending this game a little early. Struggling to find the zone once again. As we see Andy Martinez Rivera show bunt. Bunt sign still on, maybe. Swinging away at that one, back up the middle, gets away from the catcher. No, it's fouled. So the at-bat continues. As that comes with a sigh of relief for pitcher, is I don't think there would have been an out to be had. Instead, the battle continues. No outs. Bases loaded. Number 9 hitter for the Knights trying to turn the lineup over. Martinez Rivera down the right field line. Going. Right fielder's there. That'll score 1 as the runners at second and third tag up. And a productive out for the Knights as now they're at the corners with 1 out. Score is now 14-7. Bottom of the sixth, 1 out. Brandon Langley is on the mound now for CCM. And he is dealing with the top of the lineup. Diego Garcia, 1 for 3. Swinging at the first pitch. First baseman has it, tags him out. Another run scores. And now there are 2 outs in the inning. 15-7 now. Manuel Augustini at the plate. Still the potential game-winning run. Gabriel Vargas, the Knights catcher, at second. 2 outs, he'll be running on contact. Augustini, no hits yet today, but he has gotten on base more than a few times. He is 0 for 1. Augustini just watching his on-base percentage go up a few ticks here today. Losing him in the zone here, or out of the zone, I should say. Augustini trying to get himself on with the walk again. And he saw him start to move forward. He thought that one was out of the zone. Umpire saw it a different way. And the battle will continue for one more pitch. Augustini awaits the next one. 2 outs. And now 2 strikes on Manuel as he got jammed up just a bit there. Got a full count pitch coming between these 2 teams. 2 outs, 3-2 pitch. Game-winning run at the plate for the Knights. The 3-2. And the game-winning run is on for the Knights. Augustini tosses it down to Joey Rosa. I think the Knights have batted around here now in this inning, as I think Rosa is coming up for the 2nd time in this at-bat, or this inning. Joey Rosa 1 for 4 with an RBI. Knights first baseman pops one up, doesn't leave the infield. Second baseman has it, and Morris makes the 3rd and final out of the inning, and it could be the 3rd and final defensive out made by the Hawks here today, as their backs are firmly up against the wall in game number 1. 14-7. Knights 3 outs away from pulling off the come-from-behind victory in game number 1. What a difference an inning can make. Casey Parsons came in, got 3 straight strikeouts in the top of the 6th. It was a 1-run game at that point. A huge spot for Parsons out of the bullpen. And then his boys came alive in a big way with the bats in the bottom of the 6th. That 1-run lead has turned into a 7-run lead. Went from 8-7 to 14-7. CCM, the visitors, down to their last 3 outs. Had hopes of playing spoiler on this night's team as they came into this one hoping to get a sweep and set themselves up, as this is the final 2 games of the regular season. The standings in the division as close as you can get, so a sweep. Oh my, Lauren got to it but couldn't trap it. Hernandez gets it at the warning track, and it's a leadoff double for the Hawks. Lauren Guerrero Guzman tracked that really well. He got his glove about as close as you can get to it. Couldn't make the catch or trap the ball on the bounce, so it gets by him. Hernandez backs him up well. A leadoff double for the Hawks. That'll certainly keep hope alive for a minute. As I was saying moments ago, the race in the division right now about as tight as you can get. Frederick, Hagerstown, and Essex hovering around one another. So a sweep to close out the regular season. Go a long way. As the tag up, the throw is not onto the bag, so Bailey has to come off the bag to keep it in front of him. And that gives more than enough time for the runner to slide in safely at third. A strong throw from Garcia, but not the most accurate of throws. So all 3 teams at that top of the division, as I said a moment ago, Frederick, Hagerstown, and your Essex Knights, all going to make the playoffs, but really what it's going to come down to is who's going to grab what seed and who's going to go where, who's going to host what games. Matchups always crucial, but you can get a couple of games at home that could be that much more crucial. As we see a runner at third for the Hawks. 1 out in the inning. Lefty-righty matchup for Casey Parsons. This one down the left field line. Lauren Guerrero Guzman watches it go into the trees. Middle of the infield, touching the grass. They're waiting for something hit hard, and there it is. It's right to the second baseman. They trade an out for a run. And now the Hawks down to their last out. Score is now 14-8. "22 runs scored between these 2 teams. 21 hits between these 2 teams. Hawks searching for at least 1 more hit and 1 more run. Two outs. Bases are empty. Hawks in need of base runners. Can they get them? Parsons catches the outside portion of the zone. Vargas may have helped him out a little bit. Nice frame. Comes right back and commands the zone on the next one. Parsons got 3 in a row to close the 6th. Gonna get 1 more to close out the 7th. and grab the win for his boys. The pitch, the swing, just fouled off. The softest tink off the bat there. Swinging over top of it. The dugout alive, the fans on the edge of their seat. And Parsons still searching for that strikeout when we come back after that foul. Mason McReynolds 1 for 2 with 4 RBIs already today. And he will not go down swinging at the junk, as that one had no chance. McReynolds standing in the left-handed batter's box. That one bounced through the right-handed batter's box. Parsons missed the whole enchilada that time. The 2-2 pitch. Down foul as Reynolds went down to get that one, practically swinging from his knees. Reynolds fouling off the tough one, earning the right to see one more. Parsons trying to punch the ticket on win number 35 on the year. This one, sky high. LA wants it in left. And, oh my, it's in and out of his glove. I think the wind caught that ball up just a little bit. You saw LA take one step forward, then one quick one back, just to move 2 in. Shifting around in the wind just a little bit and keeping hope alive for this Hawks team. Down to their last out, but gifted one there. An early graduation present, so to speak. Mason McReynolds got himself on some way, somehow. Now Ivan Gomez at the plate for the Hawks. Gomez into the center fielder this time. Hernandez has it on the come in. Out number 3 in the game. Win number 1 on the day for Euro Knights. Final score in this one, 14-8. As the Knights were down 5 runs at one point, came all the way back to grab the win. Their 34th on the year. They'll look to grab another win in game number 2 when we come back after a short break. The Knights wanted the sweep when the day started. Now they're one win away from getting it. And the action just seconds away from starting in game number 2, our final regular season game of the year at the Castle. And what a double-edged sword that was. I know I have a big smile on my face when I say that, but I also have a just sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach as what has been a tremendous baseball season, spring semester, and just year all around here at Essex is finally coming to a close, at least the regular season. Take this opportunity to thank you guys at home for joining us on this day and all season long, as that one skied in towards the gap. That'll touch in left center. Hernandez is there to cut it off, and it's a double to start things for the Hawks. Tyrese Millard, leadoff man in game number 2, just like in game number 1. Double off Joseph Cucurello. Tyrese really got all of that one. Looked like for a second that was going to be up and out of the Castle, but stays in the ballpark. Does touch the fence. Early opportunity for offense as the Hawks, I saw in between games, right after game number 1, talking things over as an entire team. And there was a lot of hooping and hollering, let's just say it that way. A lot of upset faces, a lot of frustrated body language. As I think the Hawks walked away from game number 1 feeling like they left one on the table, so to speak. Now looking to try and get the split with the Knights. Knights, of course, trying to finish off the regular season in style. Get the clean sweep of the Hawks. Got their 35th victory on the year in game number 1, looking to get their 36th here in game 2. As we have some lull in the action here. Cucurello working on getting the pitch comm fixed, as now the action will finally be underway. It's not a hawk flying above us at the Castle, but it is a big bird. He is just soaring in the blue sky above us. It is a beautiful day for baseball and a beautiful start to this week. Picturesque ending to the regular season. Something out of a novel. Beautiful day. Baseball on the field. This is what Grandpa was talking about. This is why we all fell in love with the game back in the day. It's nothing like a beautiful day at the ballpark. Cucurello, though he is looking at a picturesque day weather-wise, he's looking at a tough spot in the game as he is starter number 2. Dealing with Lennell Evans right now. He has him down 1-2, but also, of course, dealing with that runner in scoring position early. Throw to the plate. Evans goes down swinging. A huge strikeout from Cucurello. And out with the ball not being put in play. His best friend. Can he get another one and tuck that runner in at second a little while longer? Problem is, he's got a hot bat stepping into the batter's box, right now. Mason McReynolds, 4 RBIs in game number 1. McReynolds starts in the advantage 1-0. Dugout chirping early here for the Hawks as they're trying to change things for their sideline. Short part of that in between game speech, excuse me, was talking about keeping the energy up. When you let one slide and you leave a win out there on the field, it's easy to come back and feel sorry for yourself. But when you got to play two, there's no time to feel sorry for yourself. You got to put that behind you. There's another game in front of you. Chance to still play spoiler on the regular season here for the Knights. That's what the Hawks are telling themselves. Cucurello trying to play spoiler on this hot start to the inning. Battles back with McReynolds. And McReynolds will take his base just one pitch later. Cucurello got the get me over pitch over, but couldn't do much after that. A walk issued to McReynolds brings Ivan Gomez to the plate, but it also returns the double play ball into everyone's mind. That's what Cucurello is looking for now. One out already. Soft contact up the middle. Turn two. Get out of the jam with the 0. Ivan Gomez at the plate. One out. Runners at first and second. And Cucurello trying to keep that ball low. Vargas blocks it as it bounced to the plate. Ivan Gomez, an RBI in game number 1. Oh, what a breaking ball from Cucurello. Clip in the bottom of the zone. 1-1 count. Who's going to grab the advantage? One and one pitch. Got him swinging. And the ump says he got a piece of it, it looks like. Soft contact, but into the mitt of Vargas. 1-2. Cucurello wanted the double play, but of course, every pitcher always happy with a strikeout. The 1-2 pitch. Fouled off down the first base line. That was loud off the bat of Cucurello. Coming awfully close to getting the barrel on that one. Count remains 1-2. One out, 2 runners on. Cucurello gets him swinging. 2 outs now in the inning, both of them. Coming on Cucurello. 2 strikeouts to start the game. 1 pitch away from getting out of the jam. Has to work with the Hawk center fielder now, Gustavo Okada. Excuse me, he was the center fielder in game number 1. Today, he's the pitcher, doing a Shohei Ohtani impression, pitching and hitting. Squares up the bunt with 2 outs. And the umpire says maybe you should have tried to put the bat on it, as that one was a strike, young man. A called strike at the plate, 0-1 now, with 2 outs and 2 runners on. Augustini keeping him honest at second. Cucurello brushing him off at the plate, as Okada has to avoid getting hit by that one. 1-1 is the count now. And they appeal down to the second ump, and he says he did not go around on it, so the count moves to 2-1. Okada will have the advantage, and that was awfully close. It's one of those moments in the game where you really feel for the guys on the field, at least defensively. It's tough for the second base umpire to make that call if he went around or not. It's where we really need to have that one umpire down the line. A luxury we don't have at this level. The battle continues as now we've got a full count pitch. Payoff pitch to Okada, 2 outs, 2 runners on. Cucurello looking for a third strikeout. Back up the middle, and they're waving the runner home. Hernandez, the throw to the plate, cut off, and 1 run scores for the Hawks. A 2-out RBI single for Okada. Scores the runner that was at second, and now there's a new man standing there. A second runner arriving in scoring position here for the Hawks as they are looking for more 2-out magic. Okada tosses the baton down to Jerron Morris, their second baseman. Okada at first, McReynolds at second. Tyrese Millard came around to score just moments ago. 2 games in a row with the Hawks grabbing 1 run in the first. Hawks had a 5-0 lead at one point in game number 1. I think that was a big reason why the coaching staff and the players themselves felt like they left one on the table there. 5-run lead going into the bottom of the 4th. Knights scored 8 in that 4th inning. Grabbed the lead, never looked back, though. The Hawks, they came back, made it a 1-run game at one point, 8-7. And the Knights came back alive, put some more distance between themselves and the Hawks, and finally closed the door, got the game 1 win. The Hawks certainly in that game almost till the very end. Can't blame them one bit for feeling like they left one on the field. Of course, you can't feel like the Knights are liars either when they tell themselves that it never should have got to that point. There was plenty of times for the Knights to have gotten into that game before it got to 5-0 in the bottom of the 5th, or the bottom of the 4th. All that matters is the Knights got the victory in game 1, and they're looking for another one here in game 2. Off to a good start as Cucurello has 3 strikeouts already here, but he did give up that 1 run. Can his boys spot him that run right back in the bottom half? We'll be back and watch the Knights swing the sticks for the first time here in game number 2 after a quick break. Knights playing catch up early here for a second game in a row. They saw the other end of the comeback trail in game number 1. Looking to do the same here in game number 2. Diego Garcia, the leadoff man, in back-to-back games here. Manuel Augustini right behind him. Joey Rosa at third now as Garcia got a piece of that, a lot of it, but couldn't straighten it out. It's on the wrong side of the foul pole. The 1-2-3 again to start this game for the Knights. Diego Garcia, Manuel Augustini, Joey Rosa, Connor Bailey in the cleanup spot. 5, 6, 7 is Casey Parsons, Lauren Guerrero Guzman, and Yariel Hernandez. And in the 8-9, it's Gabriel Vargas and Yael Diaz. Yael Diaz, the only one of those players not to get any action in game number 1. As the Knights roll in pretty much the same lineup outside of Cucurella on the mound and Diaz at second. And then Rosa and Bailey switching. Bailey DHing in game number 2 and Joey Rosa moving over to third. Back up the middle for an easy ground out number 2 as the Hawks looking for a 1-2-3 to start things defensively for them. Diego Garcia grounds out up the middle, Manuel Augustini at the plate now. Swinging at the first one. Trying to touch the moon with it. If it's high, let it fly. Augustini gets the next one. That one up at the track. Evans is there. About a half a step in front of the track as Augustini got a lot of it, but not enough. 2 quick outs now for Gustavo Okada. Five pitches into the game, Okada has 2 outs. You'll live with that math. Joey Rosa at the plate now. It was windy through most of the first game. Not crazy windy, but consistent. Here in game number 2, the wind has come to a stop. That could help the bats maybe leave the yard once or twice here in game number 2. We saw a lot of home runs last week here at the Castle. Up and over the head of the second baseman as Rosa has a single for the Knights with 2 outs. Hawks second baseman Jerome Morris climbing to the tippy top of the ladder there, trying to take one away from the Knights. Joey Rosa says nay nay. And the Knights are looking for some early 2-out magic, try and tie this game up at 1. And Bailey frozen there a little bit as that jams him up on the inside, you notice. Bailey steps out, regroups. Now the wind blowing out towards left. And Bailey spits on that one. What an eye from the Knights' designated hitter. That was awfully close. I know I would have swung at that one. And I'm not sure I would have done much with it. I actually know I wouldn't have done anything with it. Okada steps off to throw over to first, wants to tuck Rosa in over there at first as long as possible. And there's a second throwback. Got him. Rosa is appealing that something happened there. Knights sideline feeling it as well, as now they're talking to the umpire. The ruling will be final, though. Rosa picked off at first. Connor Bailey's at-bat will continue. But it'll be in the bottom of the second, it looks like, as the Hawks will be taking a 1-run lead into the second. confusion in between innings after the Knights made that final out on the pickoff play was the Knights were appealing that should have been a balk. Umpires didn't see it that way, and of course their word is law out there on the diamond, and it was a disappointing, bitter end to the first for the Knights as they gave up the lead to the Hawks as the visitors grabbed one in the top half and the Knights could not answer in the bottom. 1-run lead for the College of Southern Maryland Hawks to start the second. Joseph Cucurello took him 26 pitches to get through the first. Wants a quicker outing here in the second, I'm sure, as he's dealing with Brandon Langley right now, the leadoff man for the Hawks in inning number 2. Langley hitting from the 7 spot, so it's 7, 8, 9. Parsons has it at first, flips it over to Cucurello, who covers the bag for him for out number 1. And that was a hard hit ball. Usually the hot corner is on the other side of the diamond, but sometimes it steams up over at the first base side as well. Sizzling into the glove of Casey Parsons for out number 1. Nick Hevner catching the second game for the Hawks. And defensively around the diamond in game number 2 looks a lot like it did in game number 1. Manuel Augustini at short, Rosa now at third, replacing Connor Bailey. Casey Parsons at first, replacing Joey Rosa, who was at first. Yael Diaz now at second as Andy Martinez Rivera takes the day off here in game 2. Augustini tested at short. Strong throw in time. Very, very close play, but Augustini throws a dart across the diamond for out number 2. And in the outfield, the setup is identical to what we saw in game number 1. Diego Garcia in right, Yariel Hernandez in center, and Lauren Guerrero Guzman in left. Gabriel Vargas catching game number 2 came in as a defensive substitution in game number 1, so he's getting a couple extra innings as, oh my goodness, Cucurello breaks off a beautiful pitch there. He's got to clip that one for the highlight reels, as I'm sure coaches at the 4-year schools want to see that one. Uncle Charlie came to play. As Cucurello looking for strikeout number 4 now. Won't find it there as it goes into the outfield, but Hernandez is there for out number 3. 1-2-3 for the Knights as they grab their first 0 defensively in game number 2. Trying to grab their first run when we come back. First pitch swinging as Connor Bailey's at bat comes to an end. He was in the batter's box to close out the first as the Knights made the final third out in the bottom of the first on the base paths. So Bailey started the second back in the batter's box, saw one pitch and sent it for a ride deep to right, but right into the glove of Willard as he was hugging the line. Casey Parsons now at the plate. 4, 5, 6 due up as the Hawks got through the first, facing the minimum thanks to that pickoff play, and now coming close to doing the same here in the second as 2 pitches, 2 outs. My goodness. What a turnaround here for Okada. Lefty-lefty matchup as he is dealing with Lauren Guerrero Guzman at the plate. Excuse me, that's 3 pitches, 2 outs. Same story resumes though. LA up and out. They're saying it's on the other side of the fence though, but the Knights don't feel it. LA ties it at 1. Up and out of the castle, Lauren Guerrero Guzman continues to show the power deep to right. We are tied at 1 here. And the fake out from LA on the celebration. Lauren Guerrero Guzman. A home run here on the final day of the regular season. Ties this game at 1. We see our first break in the action for the home team. Now a second as that one down the line. Thinking 2, now thinking 3. Takes a long look and he slows down as Hernandez will go back to second as the ball finally comes back into the infield. Yariel Hernandez. A 2-out double as Gabriel Vargas now digs in at the plate. Knights are swinging at pitches early. They are being aggressive. Okada continues to keep his pitch count low, but now the Knights are peppering it. Back-to-back extra base hits, trying to make it 3 in a row as this one is into the outfield, but into the glove of the right fielder. All 3 outs made by him. Everything going into the outfield as the Knights finding the power stroke. 1-1 through 2 innings. What a beauty of a pitch there from Joseph Cucurello to start things in the top of the third. As we have a brand new ball game tied at 1 now. Cucurello gave up a run in the top of the first, and his boys spotted him that run right back in the bottom of the second. Lauren Guerrero Guzman going deep to right, up and out of the castle. Hernandez on the run, calls off everybody. Takes it on the angle as Garcia, the right fielder, was there, but I think because he's coming in straight forward and Hernandez is coming in on the angle, it's just a little bit of an easier catch for the center fielder. One out. In the top of the third, first pitch swinging. Garcia wants it and just runs out of real estate as that one is into the trees in right field. Garcia, after that one, on the hustle as Tyrese Millard is back in the batter's box, the leadoff man in game number 2 for the Hawks. Doubled in his first at-bat, came around to score the game's first and only run for the Hawks. Cucurello looking for some revenge. Lionel Evans in the on-deck circle right behind Millard. Millard sends this one into the outfield. Garcia 4 or 5 steps in, makes the catch, out number 2. 2 fly ball outs for the Hawks as the Knights 1 out away from getting the 1-2-3. "36 pitches thrown so far by Joseph Cucurello, 66% of them going for strikes. Cucurello looking for back-to-back zeros now after giving up 1 run to start in the first. Good quality pitch there, clipping the zone, the bottom of the zone, I should have said, as Mason McReynolds walked in his first at-bat. Swinging at that one. McReynolds down to his last strike. Cucurello, the 1-2. McReynolds down the third base line and into the trees. Funny as that ball heads in towards the bullpen area. All the defensive jerseys headed towards the ball. All the jerseys of the guys in the bullpen scattering away from it. It's always a sight. It's like something out of Tom and Jerry. Here comes another 1-2 pitch. McReynolds finds the hole this time. He continues to hit the ball hard. 4 RBIs in game number 1 and now has his first hit in game number 2. Ivan Gomez now at the plate for the Hawks. 2 outs in the inning. Third and final out is at whatever base you choose between first and second. Wind picking up here once again, blowing out towards right field. That is a development over the last 2-3 minutes. That certainly wasn't why Lauren Guerrero Guzman was able to leave the yard earlier in the bottom of the second. No, he just got every bit of that baseball, sent it for a ride as he continues to show off the power in the late stages of this regular season. Him And this Knights offense as a whole, a big reason why they've put themselves in a great position, as close as you can get to the top in the standings in the division. As we knew coming into this doubleheader on this Monday, that these two games had big-time postseason implications. Knights got the come-from-behind victory in game number 1, doing some early catch-up work here in game number 2 and trying to grab their first lead of the day in this second game. Got to get the 0 here first, though. Cucurella wants it on this pitch as he just missed on the last one. And he will not get it that time around as Gomez fouls it off. Still stuck on 1-2. Mason McReynolds still stuck at first for the Hawks. Cucurella looks for the strikeout here. Won't get it as it bounces to the plate and past him. And I was behind a couple of pitches as that one was ball 4. Go-ahead run now in scoring position for the Hawks, as with 2 outs, they have runners at first and second in the top of the 3rd. McReynolds at second, Ivan Gomez at first, Gustavo Okada at the plate. Center fielder in game number 1, pitching here in game number 2. Warm-up action taking place in the bullpen right now currently for the Knights. Okada started to bring the hands forward, but realized it was out of the zone, so he kept the barrel on the shoulder. Still a 1-1 game with 2 outs in the top of the 3rd, but the Hawks pressing for a potential go-ahead run. And now getting closer and closer as Okada is sitting pretty. Swinging at that one, fouling it off. As Cucurella battling back. He's 1 pitch away. Everybody waits for the next pitch. Cucurella brings it. Flying through the high portion of the zone. Okada fouls it off. If it's high, let it fly. Okada letting the hands fly through the zone, but couldn't get the barrel on it. Either his mistake or Cucurella's deception. Either way, here it goes again. This time it is into the outfield. 1 run scores. And everyone else goes station to station. Okada spots himself 1 as he is doing a solid Ohtani impression today. Hawks back up 1 now. Cucurella will look to regroup. As Jerron Morris is now at the plate for the Hawks. As disappointing as it is for Joseph Cucurella, I'm sure, to give up the lead there on that RBI single. Silver lining is, of course, there is 2 outs in the inning, and his boys already coming alive offensively themselves earlier in the game, so no reason to believe they won't get that run right back. Got to execute defensively first. Got to come into the zone. Give your boys behind you a chance to make the plays defensively. Meeting of the minds on the hill. The coaching staff wants to see this inning come to an end sooner rather than later with 2 outs. Infield pushed back, ready for something to be hit hard. And it is, but it's right up the elevator chute. It's foul, and no one knew where it was. Vargas tracking it on one side of the fence, the pitcher tracking it in the middle. First baseman Joey Rosa tracking it, or Casey Parsons, tracking it on the other side, and it landed somewhere in between Parsons and Cucurella. Tough break there for the Knights. Early graduation present for this Hawks team. Looking for some 2-out magic. And Gabriel Vargas coming up and out of the crouch quickly to save that from being a pass ball situation. Orville, the catcher in game number 1, getting a break here in the regular season finale. They've been a tandem really all season long from the pitcher's spot as Cucurella digs deep in the back pocket for that one. Couple extra degrees on the radar gun. Cucurella trying to get out of the jam. Swing and a miss. Strikeout number 4 for Joseph Cucurella. And he does give up the lead here in the top of the 3rd. The score now 2-1 Hawks, as the visitors try and get the split with the Knights. That is exactly what the doctor ordered if you were a Knights player, coach, or fan. Down 1 after the Hawks grab one in the top of the 3rd. There's a hit by pitch to start for the Knights in the bottom of the 3rd. And now, just like that, they have the potential game-tying run on, and they are ready to move them into scoring position. Been with the Knights all season long like we have. You know, they love the small ball. Get them on, get them over, get them in. That's the motto. Yael Diaz at the plate, or excuse me, Yael Diaz was at the plate. He was the one hit by the pitch, so it's Diego Garcia now at the plate. Top of the lineup has arrived in a big spot, the sandwich inning right around the corner, so we are going to be in those later frames very soon. Game 2 of a doubleheader means these two teams only scheduled to play 7 innings, and blink and you missed it. You're counting outs before you know it. Garcia refusing to swing at the junk as Okada has missed high on a couple of breaking balls here. Having trouble spinning it through the zone right now as Garcia is waiting for something across the middle. And everyone advances up one. Garcia takes his base. Diaz in scoring position now. The tying run at second. No outs. And a timeout taken on the field. Some warm-up action in both bullpens over the last few minutes. Let's see how long the leash is for the Hawks starter. Everybody moving up here for the Knights. Wild pitch puts the Hawks in an even tougher spot here. Diego Garcia at second, Yael Diaz at third. So the tying run 90 feet away right now for the Knights. With a go-ahead run right behind him potentially. Manuel Augustini, Knights number 2 hitter at the plate right now. Trying to score 2 on one swing. As this is a big moment here for the Knights with no outs. In the bottom of the third, Augustini at the plate right now. Joey Rosa right behind him in the on-deck circle. Augustini deep to left. That should score 1. Evans has the catch. They're tagging up, or at least one of them is. And we are tied at 2. Garcia stays put at second. Diaz scores from third. And it is a productive out for the Knights shortstop, Manuel Augustini. My goodness, what a start to this game. Back and forth these two teams go. What a closeout to the regular season. Joey Rosa hitting with 1 out and a runner at second. That runner, the potential go-ahead run for the Knights. Knights trying to grab their first lead of the day. They've been playing catch-up all day. Really, it has been all day. As remember, back in game number 1, they were down 5-0 at one point. Scored 8 straight runs to break the game open for their side and never look back. Though they did have the Hawks nipping at their heels for a bit. They were able to hold off and get the game 1 victory, set themselves up nice. The goal coming into this Monday showdown with the Hawks of College of Southern Maryland was a sweep. Knights in a three-way race at the top of the division between themselves, Hagerstown, and Frederick. A sweep of the Hawks would set themselves up for a bye in the playoffs. And that one right to the glove of the second baseman. Throw to the first is in time. And another productive out for the Knights as they hit it to the right side of the infield, so to speak, and advance the runner from second to third. But back-to-back productive outs means they got only one more to work with. Connor Bailey now stepping in need of a hit. If the Knights want to score that runner, that's 90 feet away. And Okada comes to the plate with a beautiful pitch there. Bailey frozen up. Bailey has seen it, filed it away in his memory. What does he do this time around? He spits on that one as it's not nearly as close. Bouncing to the plate. Count moves to 1-1. Who's going to grab the advantage here? What a day from Okada. He was actually the one that drove in the run that put the Hawks up moments ago. Now working on the mound. As we've seen that for a second time here today. Parsons did the same thing for the Knights in game number 1. Okada the pitch. Bailey deep towards the gap in left center. Touches. Knights have the lead. Bailey going into second, standing in with the double. Very, very close to the game's second home run for the Knights. It stays in the park as Bailey shows off the warning track power. An RBI double for the sophomore playing in his final regular season home game. If you've been with us all season long, you know how much fun it has been to watch Connor Bailey play. And how much fun it's been to watch him swing the bat. He is a very talented baseball player. Sure, he'll be taking his talents to a 4-year school somewhere after his time is done, but he hopes to wait a while on that decision as he wants to see his team go on a long, successful run through the playoffs. As the Knights have their first lead now in game number 2 thanks to the sophomore, Connor Bailey. Letter high, but on the wrong side of the letters, says the ump. Casey Parsons at the plate now for the Knights. Parsons trying to score Bailey from second. Oh, delayed steal. Nope, it's a hit and run. Parsons skies it into right, and Millard is there for out number 3, but damage done as the Knights started the bottom of the third, down 1, and now they're going into the top of the 4th, up 1. Brand new ball game as it takes a turn in the direction for your CCBC Essex Knights for the second time today. Lauren Guerrero Guzman left the yard for the first run of the day, and then runs number 2 and 3 coming just moments ago in the bottom of the third. Connor Bailey getting a double to put his team up 1 after a sac fly tied it at 2. Joseph Cucurello on the mound currently for the Knights, trying to work through the sandwich inning. And he got caught holding the sword. Throw down to first is in time as Cucurello gets another K on the day. He has 5 strikeouts now as the Knights are rolling right now. Hawks toss the baton down 1, and it's a quick hole once again as Cucurello continues to find the zone consistently. Five strikeouts don't happen by accident, of course. A lot of times, pitchers will tell you that it's not always about throwing strikes. It's about throwing the illusion of strikes. You want to come into the strike zone just enough to get them to help you out on a few of them. Whether that's been the case or not, Knight starter putting in work, getting the results he's looking for at least more times than not. That time around, watches it go up the middle, and he also watches his shortstop darn near dislocate his shoulder going on the full out dive for that. Manuel Augustini. Heroic effort to get to it in the hole up the middle, but just out in front of his outstretched arm. Runner at first with 1 out, middle of the infield at the double play depth now, as Cucurello wants the 2 for 1. Tying run on right now for the Hawks as they look to keep this game as close as can be for as long as possible. Knights were able to really break things open and put some real distance between themselves and the Hawks in game number 1. I'm sure that'll be the goal when it's their turn to swing the sticks again, but first they need the 0 here in the 4th. Cucurello, quick pickoff move. Back with time to spare. Again, but even closer. Here's the pitch, finally fouled off into the cage behind the plate. Cucurello wants that strikeout. Middle of the infield wants the double play ball to end it. Who's going to get what they want? Of course, the man at the plate wants something entirely different, and the ump says that one just a bit outside. Oh, so close. Wind blowing a little bit more consistently now here in game number 2, blowing out towards left field. Sizable lead at first, ready to run on contact, and Cucurello trying to keep him at first a little longer. Best pickoff move yet from Cucurello. Now deals. Sky high into the outfield. Hernandez wants it. And Augustini has to back off there just in time, as him and Hernandez almost collide in short center. Hernandez makes the out, and now there are 2 outs in the inning. Everybody keeps their head as well, most importantly, as that was very close to a collision. Hernandez and Augustini speaking to one another in Spanish afterwards. Some colorful language and a few my bads, I'm sure, as well, as that was a great jump at first. He's in there sliding at second, but he could have been in there standing. An easy stolen base that time around. Nick Hevner. Sizable secondary lead as well. They gotta watch him. He's also got to keep a cool head as well, as the Knights' middle of the infield could sneak in behind him. Don't expect Vargas not to pick back. These Knights catchers love to be aggressive. Hevner with a sizable secondary lead there. He is ready to move on contact. He is the potential tying run in scoring position currently for the Hawks. Cucurello trying to make sure he doesn't advance any further. Trying to shut the door on the 4th. Back up the middle, and that will score 1. We are tied again. What a game here. No one giving an inch. And that steal that we saw from Hevner minutes ago coming up huge as he got himself into scoring position on just a great jump at the plate, or from first on the throw to the plate. Not many times this season we've seen the Knights catchers just eat it totally and not even throw down. Vargas realized there was no chance, and now it is almost 2 straight hits, as that went on the wrong side of the line for the Hawks. A sigh of relief coming from Cucurello after that one. In the jam, but also just 1 pitch away. Tied up here once again, now at 2. Lionel Evans at the plate, I believe, currently, as we're having some technical difficulties with the live stats. Augustini calls off everybody. He wants it, and he has it. Damage done, though, by the Hawks as they get themselves right back into this one. We are tied once again here at the Castle, as the Knights will try and get themselves back in the driver's seat in the bottom of the 4th. Lauren Guerrero Guzman, leadoff man in this inning for the Knights. 6, 7, 8 due up for Essex. 2 hits between these three gentlemen. One of them leaving the yard. Lauren Guerrero Guzman got the first run of the day. And he's swinging to get the third there, as that was a beautiful swing through the zone. He's got some bat speed, that is for sure. See ball, hit ball. A lot of space in right center. Can he find it? No, he cannot. Instead, he finds the glove of the third baseman, the hot corner. Not sizzling there, but his throw certainly was. Ivan Gomez, a routine ground ball his way, but LA quick down the first base line, so Gomez had to fire a strike across the diamond. Out number one. Ariel Hernandez with Gabriel Vargas now in the on-deck circle. Hernandez doubled his last at-bat, as we still have some warm-up action taking place in the bullpen for the Hawks. Hernandez finds the glove of the shortstop. Out number two. Rivera with the routine play for the Hawks, as it is 2 very quick outs. As College of Southern Maryland looks for the 1-2-3. And missing outside there as Vargas spits on it. Wants something through the zone, doesn't want to give him one. The 1-0. Vargas down the line, in towards the trees. 1-1. The 1-1. Vargas brushed off the plate just a little bit, as you see his knees buckle, but out of the zone. He now has the advantage, 2-1. Middle of the infield, touching the grass, expecting something to be hit hard. And Vargas this time bends down into it, but same result. He's brushed off the plate just a bit, and it's out of the zone. Living on the inside, but not getting the results. 3-1 now to the Knights catcher. And Vargas fouls one off. We got a payoff pitch here. Upcoming with 2 outs. It's 2 very quick outs for the Hawks. Having to work for one as the Knights catcher staying alive. Here's the 3-2. Vargas to the shortstop. Rivera, throw. On the hop, good stretch. Took him off the bag though, couldn't keep the foot. On first, he's safe. Ultimately, a good play by the first baseman to secure the ball, but could not keep that foot attached to the bag. So it will not be a 1-2-3, but it may very well still be a 0. Yael Diaz now at the plate. And the Knights looking at the top of the lineup in the on-deck circle right now. Hawks, I'm sure, are well aware of that as well, as they want to keep hope alive here. Game tied currently. The Knights can turn the lineup over. They could open the game up in their direction again, and that was a beautiful pitch. Broke one over through the zone in an epic way. Diaz waits, and he'll have to wait longer as Vargas dives back. Here's the pitch to Diaz, and it's over his head. Game continues. The moment continues to build. Go ahead run at first. Gets away from the catcher, but Vargas can't advance, as it didn't get too far enough away from the catcher. He didn't realize where it was, and then he quickly found out it was right in front of him. A little bit of a lucky break that time for the Hawks, as Vargas had a good secondary lead. He wanted to jump, but also didn't want to run into an unnecessary out. Brian Robinette is on the mound now for the Hawks. Thank you to our friends doing the live stats as we got that settled for you guys at home. Yael Diaz at the plate. Brian, the first reliever out of the pen for the Hawks. Diaz, will that find the grass? What a catch from Evans. No, he trapped it. Throw back is not in time, as Evans got to it, but he trapped it on the bounce. And the inning will continue as Diaz muscles that one into the outfield. Go ahead run in scoring position now for the Knights. And as the live stats update, let's go through some of the hitting numbers for you guys at home. The Knights, what a difference a day makes, a game makes. Knights had really struggled hitting with 2 outs in game number 1. Here in game number 2, they are 4 for 7 currently with 2 outs. With runners on, they're 1 for 4. With runners in scoring position, they're 1 for 4. Leadoff man on the day is 1 for 4, and with runners on and less than 2 outs, they're 1 for 1. So Gabriel Vargas, his day comes to an end as Logan Eisenman comes in as a pinch runner at second, going for some speed. Swing and a miss as one bounces to the plate. Diego Garcia can't help himself. 2 outs, runners at first and second. Top of the lineup is here for the Knights in a 3-3 tie in the bottom of the 4th. Eisenman ready to move on contact, and he'll hope for contact on the next one as Garcia watches it bounce to the plate this time, and he shows off the patience. Everybody looking for a reason to come up and out of their seats. Hawks looking for the 3rd and final out of this inning. Knights looking to break this game open with one swing of the bat. Garcia down to his last strike. Eisenman ready to move on contact at second. Vargas right behind him at first. Here's the pitch. Got him looking. In and out of the jam with the game still tied at 3. We are into the final 3 innings of the regular season. And what a close to the regular season we've got in front of us. under the tag as its first pitch swinging into the gap in right center. And I know the Knights players fired up on that one, as that was a very close play at second on the relay. The relay executed to perfection, but the slide just as good, as he got just under that tag in the nick of time. Baseball, a game of inches, much like life. Leadoff double for Mason McReynolds brings Ivan Gomez to the plate. Toss over to first. McReynolds moves to third on the productive out. Go ahead run for the Hawks 90 feet away in the top of the fifth. You get into the late stages of a game, you gotta capitalize on a leadoff extra base hit. Middle of the infield on the grass, hoping for the weak contact. Cucurello wants the strikeout. Man at the plate, Brian Robini touches the outfield on the first pitch. Garcia's got a cannon. The throw, cut off. McReynolds doesn't test the cannon. Oh my goodness. What a moment in front of us. Just a routine fly out, but oh, that was beautiful. Gotta love baseball. It's the little things in the game. Everyone aware of the big arm of Diego Garcia. Reynolds wanted the tag, thought about it, then quickly realized it just wasn't hit far enough. Now a meeting of the minds on the hill as everyone realizes this is a crucial spot in the game. Deron Morris will be at the plate for the Hawks. 2 outs, a go-ahead runner 90 feet away. 3-3 game here in the 5th inning. Final regular season game of the year for your Knights as they look to grab the sweep of the visiting Hawks and also punch not only a ticket to the playoffs, but a first-round bye. A win for the Knights will give them a first-round bye, a split, and there will be some playoff action here at the Castle on Saturday, which of course sounds exciting for you guys at home, but I know the Knights, they want that bye. They want to give their boys a chance to rest up. Trying to do that and grab the win here. Start the celebration. Throw across the diamond from Rosa is in time. In and out of the jam with the game still tied. The Hawks strand a runner at third. Cucurello gave up a double to start things in the 5th, but somehow got out of the jam. And now he's asking his boys for just one more run. action resumes here in this game. The bottom of the 5th now has started. Still tied at 3 as these two teams locked in a great matchup here in game number 2. Augustini, the leadoff man for the Knights here in this inning. Manuel Augustini hitting from the number 2 spot, so it means 2, 3, 4 due up. Augustini, Rosa, and Connor Bailey. Brian rubbing it on the mound. Reliever number 2 on the day. Or excuse me, reliever number 1 on the day for the Hawks. Came awfully close to having a sacrifice fly at the plate that would have given his team the lead, but not far enough as Garcia was able to show off the arm, and the ump calls for time as it's not a full twister situation, but a little bit of a dirt bowl going through. Somebody calling for snakes on the plane from the dugout. And that young man is too young to remember that movie. What a pitch. Gets Augustini looking, but the catcher drops it. And the umpire says it was on the exchange, so he is out. No play at first. Inning continues as now Joey Rosa digs in at the plate. Rosa 1 for 2 on the day. Looking to get himself on with 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. Oh, what a pitch. Rosa starts out, in the early 0-1 hole. Wind blowing at the pitcher's back now, but very light. Rosa spits on that one, watches it move to 1-1. Middle of the infield, practically at the grass, waiting for something to be hit hard, and the outfield is just 3-4 steps in front of the warning track, respecting the power that the Knights have put on display here today in Game 2. And Rosa awfully close to trying to show off the power there as the hands started to come forward, realizing it was out of the zone and maybe he couldn't catch up to it, as that was a mighty big pop on the mitt. But if it's high, let it fly. Rosa wants to see another one in that same spot. Please and thank you. Oh, this one off the rib cage of Rosa, and he'll take his base. Potential game-winning run on base right now for the Knights. Bottom of the 5th, here comes the sophomore, Connor Bailey. Connor Bailey 1 for 2 with an RBI. And that was a not Mariano Rivera. That was a Pedro Martinez special of a hit by pitch. It was a 3-1 count, and he just went and hit him. Rosa moves over to second on the hit and run. We saw Connor Bailey a little frustrated after that one. I'm sure that wasn't the result he was looking for on the hit and run, as the hole opened up on the infield, or in the infield, and he couldn't find it. Does have a productive out, though, as Parsons now hits with a runner in scoring position. Swings at the first pitch, and the bottom falls out of it. Parsons ends up just swinging right over top of it. Casey Parsons 0 for 2. Looking for his first hit. Looking to give his team the lead once again. And that one bounces to the plate. Parsons stays away from it. And with Parsons at the plate, Lauren Guerrera Guzman is in the on-deck circle. Dugout coming alive here for the Knights. And that one awfully close, but Parsons avoids it. And the inside portion of the plate commanded right now by Brian Ribbonett. Will it lead to a third and final out in the inning? That's what matters most. Parsons digs back in. And now he is sitting pretty. One pitch away from earning first base. 2 outs. Bottom of the 5th. Potential game-winning run in scoring position at second. Joey Rosa ready to move on contact. And Brian steps off. The moment grows bigger. The battle at the plate continues. Parsons waits for it, and it bounces. A walk. So 2 base runners in the inning for the Knights. No hits yet, though, as Rosa was hit by a pitch. Casey Parsons draws the walk. Lauren Guerrero Guzman now digs into the left-handed batter's box, having already gone yard once today. Swinging at that one deep down the line and right, but right to the right fielder for out number 3. The Knights strand 2 on as we go into the 6th, tied at 3. Locked in a stalemate here as we start the 6th inning. Both teams down to their final 6 outs of regulation. As we could be headed for some extra baseball, so to speak, though no one wants to think about that right now. Knights hoping to find a winner here in the next 2. As we are tied at 3 as the 6th inning is now officially underway. Joseph Cucurello, 87 pitches thrown on the day so far as we start things in the 6th. 66% of his pitches going for strikes, 4 ground ball outs, 6 fly ball outs. And he's gotten Hawks to go 3 for 11 with runners on. Hitting numbers for College of Southern Maryland through 5 innings. They're 4 for 9 with 2 outs, 3 for 11 with runners on, 3 for 9 with runners in scoring position. And they are 0 for 1 with runners on in less than 2 outs. As we see Cucurella find the K once again. Brandon Langley goes down for out number 1. Six strikeouts on the day for Joseph Cucurella. Langley gives way to Rivera. Or excuse me, Langley gives way to Hefner, and then it's Rivera. Both teams in need of base runners, trying to find them any which way they can. As you see the infield crashing in on that play, Hefner maybe having the bunt sign on. And he wears that one off the backside, and that draws a little confusion there for a moment, as initially time wasn't called. Now finally time called, and the umpire's talking it over. We'll see what the call is here. The ball did hit off of the batter. Meeting of the minds between the umpires. And he is awarded first base. So a little break in the action, and back to things. That could be the final pitch of the day. And no, it is not. I thought with Coach coming out of the bullpen or dugout area, he may be going to go talk to Cucurella. Instead, he just wanted the clarification from the umpire, and now officially we'll restart things. Runner at first, 1 out in the top of the 6th, tied at 3. Nick Hefner is on first. Elaine Rivera right now at the plate, and Hefner is in second with the stolen base, as Vargas has that one bounce all the way through the infield. Or excuse me, I believe that's Orville DeJesus now behind the plate for the Knights, as Vargas checked out once the Knights went to a pinch runner, Logan Eisenman, earlier in the game. DeJesus bounces that ball over the second base bag, and Hefner is in safely. A potential go-ahead run now in scoring position for the Hawks, with still 2 outs to work with. Top of the lineup due right up after Rivera, as he is swinging at that one from his heels. And the fans on the sideline coming alive there as Cucurella looking to grab the strikeout. And out with the ball not being put in play will be huge here for the Knights. Rivera down to his last strike. Believe he already has a strikeout on the day. He does not, excuse me. Cucurella looking to give him one here, though, and a go-ahead run 90 feet away, a delayed steal. Now that strikeout, crucial here. Can Cucurella find it? Everybody on the edge of their seats. Infield on the grass, in case it comes to them. Trying to catch that runner at the plate. Got him looking! Cucurella! Another strikeout. Oh my, what a day for the Knights starter. in and almost out of the jam here with this game still tied. Everybody takes a couple of steps back as now here comes the top of the lineup. Runner still 90 feet away. Potential go-ahead run. Got him holding the sword that time as Cucurello starts in the 0-1. Gotta love the action here between these two teams in game number 2. What a closeout to the regular season. Cucurello, the 0-1. This one knuckled into the outfield. It'll score one. Hernandez gets it back into the infield, but the look on everybody's face says it all. That's a letdown for sure. Knights just one pitch away from getting out of the jam with the game still tied. And one pitch later, the Hawks grab the lead, and that is the final pitch of the day for Joseph Cucurello. He won't get a chance to get the win. He'll hope for the no decision as he leaves with his team down 1. And the fight on the seesaw will continue between these two teams, but with a new man on the mound for the Knights. Andy Martinez Rivera out there on the mound for the Knights, looking to make this game stand still as the Hawks are enjoying a 1-run lead now in the top of the 6th. As the twists and turns continue to unfold in this game. Back and forth, the action between these two teams. This one deep down to right, but on the wrong side of the line for the Hawks. Oh, so close. Tyrese Millard takes the long walk back to first. So he got the RBI that put his team up 1. Linnell Evans now at the plate, and he's brushed off the plate just a bit as it comes in a little too far inside. 2 stolen bases in this inning for Southern Maryland, as that was a big reason why they grabbed that 1 run in this inning, and almost feels like they're giving the Knights a little taste of their own medicine as Plays like that has been the Knights' go-to move so many times this season. Small ball leading to a lot of those 35 wins they have right now, and in the middle of a fight to close out the regular season as the Knights want to grab win number 36 and get the sweep of the Hawks. But they're down 1 on the big board and also down to their final 6 outs. Yariel Hernandez leading off the action here for the Knights, as we have a new leader in this one once again. The Hawks enjoying the smallest of leads, a 1-run lead, as we are now officially underway in the bottom of the 6th. Yariel Hernandez, the leadoff man, which means it's 7, 8, 9 due up for the Knights. Top of the lineup, right around the corner. As if the Knights can grab 1, they'll tie the game up. If they can grab 2, they'll have a chance to win it and make it a save situation in the top of the 7th. All speculation, of course, as we see a beautiful pitch. Hernandez buckling the knees just a bit. Now he's seen it, filed it away. What can he do with it? As you know, he's coming right back with it. And Hernandez knuckles it off down the third base line. That's going to be a tough play. He's safe! An infield single for Yariel Hernandez as he sits on the breaking ball and hits it hard down the third base line. Ivan Gomez got to it, made a really strong throw across the diamond, but Hernandez just too fast. Hustle gets you mighty far in life, and the hustle got the potential game-tying run on with no outs for the Knights, and DeJesus squares up to bunt. Get him on, get him over, get him in. Been the strategy for this Knights team, not only all season long, it's been the strategy for the Knights team for many years here at the Castle. This year, it's worked to perfection. Of course, looking for a little bit more work here, looking for just a little bit more magic in this regular season, trying to punch that ticket not only to the playoffs, but a bye as well, as DeJesus gets the bunt down this time. And it's a productive out for the Knights catcher. Moves Hernandez into scoring position. Here comes Yael Diaz, the number 9 hitter, hitting with a runner in scoring position. And it is a speedy runner in Hernandez, so Diaz can score him on anything into the outfield. Garcia, the leadoff man in the on-deck circle. Diaz swinging at the first pitch, but swinging over top of it in the hole 0-1. Wind once again blowing at the pitcher's back. Diaz swings at the next one as well, but he gets a piece of this one. Sends a foul down the third baseline. The regular season coming to a close here for the Knights, but they're trying to close it out in spectacular fashion. The visitors, Hawks, College of Southern Maryland, trying to play spoiler. And, oh, that will touch. Here comes Hernandez. Throw to the plate is not in time. It's over the head. Diaz is in at second. We're tied again. My goodness, what a day here at the Castle. An RBI single ties it here in the bottom of the sixth as the battle on the seesaw continues. Back and forth, these two teams have gone all game long, all day long, because remember, it was a comeback win for the Knights in game one. Trying to do the same thing here in game number two. Who is going to blink? Who's going to grab the win here? We got an instant classic unfolding here right in front of us. And aren't you glad you got the best seat in the house for it? Well, I'm not going to lie. Selfishly, I'll say, I don't think you got the best seat. I think I got the best seat right here in center field. You guys right along with me, like you have been all season long. It's been so much fun watching the action unfold all year. As that one to the first baseman moves Diaz over to third. And it's a productive out once again for the Knights, but Garcia comes up limping on the bang-bang play at first. That is concerning for sure. As not only is he a big-time contributor in the lineup, he is a major contributor defensively. Remember that throw he had to the plate that caught the runner dead in his tracks at third. A real what could have been moment. What might still be, as there are 2 outs now in this inning. Tied at 4. Manuel Augustini at the plate with a potential game-winning run 90 feet away. It'll be a save situation for the Knights in the top of the 7th if they can grab one more. Augustini brushed off the plate just a bit. Augustini awaits the next pitch. Fouls it off. 4-3 in the bottom of the 6th. Or excuse me, 4-4 in the bottom of the 6th. Augustini trying to make it 5-4 as the Knights are looking for just one more piece of 2-out magic. Diaz, the potential game-winning run 90 feet away. Augustini down to his last strike, though. Here comes the pitch. And Augustini stays alive for one more. What an eye. Everybody out there for the Hawks thought that was strike 3. As close as you can get. The ump says nay-nay. Augustini will see one more. And he'll take his base as now they're at the corners with 2 outs. My goodness, what a moment unfolding in front of us. Joey Rosa will dig in at the plate, but after this quick break, as here comes the coaching staff to talk things over. As if the moment wasn't big enough. Tied here in the bottom of the 6th. 2 outs, runners at the corners. Joey Rosa at the plate. This is the moment you dream about when you're a little leaguer. Joey Rosa, a chance to end the regular season in style as his team is tied at 4 with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th, but a potential game-winning run 90 feet away. They're at the corners with 2 outs. Rosa watches a breaking ball go through the zone for strike 1. Brian Robert on the mound. Someone warming up in the bullpen for Southern Maryland. Rosa watches the bottom fall out of that one, but he swings right over top of it, as now Southern Maryland just 1 strike away from getting out of the jam with the game still tied. Rosa has to show off the discipline here. He chokes up. Rosa goes down swinging. The game's still tied. We're going into the 7th. Still searching for a winner, but tied once again. This time, it's 4-all through 6 innings. Andy Martinez Rivera still on the mound. Reliever number 1 out of the bullpen for the Knights. Came into the game with his team down 1. Now he's on the mound with his team tied at 4. And what a beautiful breaking ball from Andy Martinez Rivera to start the action in the 7th. The final inning of the regular season potentially has now officially started for your Knights. What a way to close out the regular season. An instant classic for you guys at home and the fans here at the Castle, as Andy Martinez Rivera finds another beautiful pitch for strike 2. Trying to sit him down with the strikeout for out number 1. And he comes into the outside portion of the zone, well outside, as the man at the plate standing tall in the left-handed batter's box. That one flying through the right-handed batter's box. And Andy working very quickly. In danger of losing him. Still has him down to his last strike, though. This one into the outfield towards the gap. Staying up, though, as LA has it on the step in. Fly out to left, out number one. And that one came with a little bit of a gulp at first, as that ball was loud off of the bat, and the way it was hanging up there and headed towards the gap, you didn't know how far it was going to travel. And then we quickly realized it was hanging up just too much, and LA had enough time to get out to it and left. First pitch swinging, this one to the other gap in right center. Garcia has it. Same result. 2 quick outs, as the Knights will look to walk it off in the bottom of the 7th if they can get one more out here. The stage about to be set for what could be an epic end to the regular season. Andy Martinez-Rivera trying to grab a strike on the inside portion of the zone. His catcher, Orville De Jesus, trying to help him out a little bit with the frame, but the ump not falling for it. This one misses low and inside, and Andy in an early hole 2-0. Swings at that one down the right field line, but on the wrong side of the line for the Hawks. And that one comes with a sigh of relief for the Knights. A rope down the right field line, but foul. Andy has his first strike in this battle, 2-1 now with the man at the plate. Could not get the call there. Oh, so close. Beautiful breaking ball, but Andy watches his hole get a little bigger. 3-1 now. And he walks him. 5 pitches. Take your base. Potential game-winning run on here for the Hawks. There are 2 outs in the inning, though. Knights looking at a dangerous spot here. Gotta execute, as the Hawks looking to take advantage of this opportunity in front of them. Defense makes the adjustment. Here's the throw. Orville De Jesus. Got him! What a time to find the cannon! Orville De Jesus. What a throw down to second. What a game. We're still tied here at the Castle. here we go. The stage is set. The lights never been brighter than they are right here, right now. Tie game, bottom of the 7th. A close to this regular season is right in front of us. And here's the heart of the lineup leading off the action. Connor Bailey, the sophomore, already with a walk-off hit to his name this year, maybe another one, as all the Knights need is one. Connor Bailey, Casey Parsons, Lauren Guerrera-Guzman, the 1-2-3. Get your popcorn ready, fans. I got a feeling we could be seeing some magic here to close out the regular season. I know I've already prepared myself and moved my backside to the edge of the seat, just like everyone else here at the castle. I am waiting for that moment to jump up and out of my seat. As you know, the Knights want to give us that chance, want to give us that moment. We're all like the little kid in the Incredibles movie, just waiting for something amazing to happen. Who's going to lift the head? Or who's going to lift the car over the head? And Connor Bailey takes the first step and gets himself on. A leadoff single for the Knights. Just what the doctor ordered. Potential game-winning run on for the Knights. Bottom of the 7th. Dugout. Loving it. Connor Bailey. Got to be smart on the bases. Here comes Parsons. Puts down the bunt. That is a perfect bunt. Parsons with a perfect bunt down the first baseline. Game-winning run now in scoring position. Oh, how fitting for this Knights team to do it that way, potentially. As I'll say, maybe for the final time in this regular season, the motto for them all season long, get them on, get them over, get them in. Bailey and Parsons taking care of step 1 and 2. Now it's Lauren Guerrera-Guzman's turn to finish the job. Another productive out. Oh, he's off the base! The ump says he's off the base and he's safe. They're at the corners with one out. And he comes to talk it over. The CCM coach, none too pleased with that call. That's the second time we've seen that play happen just like that. Strong throw across the diamond, just a little too far out in front of the first baseman. He makes the pick play, but the ump says he doesn't lock that foot down on the bag. Tough break for the visitors. An early graduation present for this Knights team. They're at the corners with one out. You know LA is going to be moving sooner rather than later to try and take away that double play ball. And now the middle of the infield touching the grass. That one. Oh, it's the squeeze play. He's safe. Game over. Oh, my goodness. Yariel Hernandez, the squeeze bunt winner. You gotta love it. What a close to the regular season. Their 36th victory of the year, and that punches their ticket to the playoffs, and they have a first-round bye now. Congratulations to the Knights on what has been a tremendous regular season, and they win it in a way that only they can. The squeeze bunt to bring everybody up and out of their seats. My goodness, what a season it has been here at the Castle. The action on the field, that's what makes it special. But you guys at home and in the stands all year long, well, that's what makes it family. and it has been so much fun calling the games all year long, not only here on the diamond, but on the turf when we had lacrosse in the spring, when we were inside on the hardwood for women's basketball, and when we were on the turf for men's and women's soccer as well. It has been a tremendous year sports-wise all year long, and the action doesn't come to a close. We've got more postseason action for this men's baseball team. Please join them on their trip through the postseason on the CCBC Essex Athletics website. But here, for the final time, Aaron Thomas saying thank you for joining us not only today, but all season long, and have a great summer. And I can't wait to be back here next year bringing you all the action all over again. Thank you.